Chapter 1189. The Sect Leader of True Martial Sect? Upon hearing Wu Lai's words, Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. So, you're the father of those two idiots. Idiots. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, most of the people present had a strange expression on their faces. Many of them looked at Wu Lai in unison. So what if he was the father of two idiots? You, Duan Lingtian, don't push me too far. Wu Lai was so angry that he almost attacked Duan Lingtian. However, at this critical moment, he remembered that Duan Lingtian's strength was far from what he could compare to. Therefore, he could only endure it. After all, he was not the only one who targeted Duan Lingtian and Lingtian sect today. Don't push me too far? Duan Lingtian glanced at Wu Lai in disdain. I'm pushing you too far. What can you do about it? Do you still dare to attack me? Earlier, he had already noticed that Wu Lai was only an 8th level martial monarch stage martial artist. Therefore, from the beginning until the end, he did not take Wu Lai seriously at all. If Wu Lai dared to attack him, he was confident that he would be able to kill him in one blow. Provocation is useless against me. Wu Lai snorted. However, his eyes still looked as if they could spit fire. It was obvious how angry he was. Trash. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wu Lai indifferently, causing his eyes to bulge. After that, he no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, he swept his sharp gaze across the remaining 11 people. Who killed my Lingtian sect's patrolling disciples earlier? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. His tone was extremely calm. However, if one listened carefully, they would be able to hear the extreme anger and coldness in his calm tone. I killed them. At this moment, the gray-clad old man next to Wu Lai took a step forward and glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. Based on his words, it was as though he did not care about this matter at all. At this moment, the group of Lingtian sect's elders and disciples glared at the gray-clad old man. Sect leader Lin, why do you have to do this? An old man behind Zhang San sighed. This old man was once a grade 1 weapons craftsman in the first-rate force that the gray-clad old man controlled. Since he wanted to obtain pointers from the weapon craftsmen in the Lingtian sect, who could forge grade 1 spirit weapons with a 90% amplification, he left the first-rate force he was in and came to the Lingtian sect. When they left, they parted on good terms. However, it did not cross his mind that the former sect leader would actually come to the Lingtian sect to cause trouble. You killed him alone? Duan Lingtian was successfully attracted by the gray-clothed old man. He narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Not bad, the gray-clothed old man said proudly, as if he didn't notice the approaching danger at all. Very good, you dared to take responsibility for your actions. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. At first, Duan Lingtian was still nodding seriously, but as he finished speaking, his entire body disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the gray-robed old man. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the short-lived sound of a sword whistling entered the ears of all the martial monarchs present. As for the Lingtian sect's disciples who were below the martial monarch stage, they could not hear anything at all. However, although they could not hear anything, they could clearly see the gray-robed old man falling down in an instant when Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Lingtian sect, arrived in front of him. When the gray-robed old man fell, his eyes were wide open. There was a hint of disbelief in them, as though he had encountered something unbelievable. Perhaps, until the moment before he died, he did not expect that he would be killed by Duan Lingtian so easily. When the gray-robed old man fell, there was a sword mark on his throat. The clear and tiny sword mark was also his fatal wound. A sword to the throat. At this moment, the group of Lingtian sect's disciples was not the only one who was stunned. Even the sect leader of the true martial sect, Wu Lai, the leaders of the other 4 major forces, and the people they brought with them were stunned. Boom! They only regained their senses when a thunderous explosion reverberated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian, who had smashed the gray-robed old man's body into dust with just a palm strike. Only a spatial ring and a few profundity fragments were left before he put them away. Sect leader. The old man who was originally following behind the gray-robed old man cried out in grief. The origin energy on his body surged as his profundity followed like a shadow. It was as though he had transformed into a wild beast as he pounced toward Duan Lingtian. He wanted to avenge the gray-robed old man. Whoosh! When he attacked, he used a Grade 1 spirit weapon and charged toward Duan Lingtian. He was determined to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Whoosh! 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 The saber light that covered the sky swept down and enveloped Duan Lingtian. It was as though it wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Die! The old man shouted. The sound of air exploding rose and fell as he passed. It set off a raging wind that caused everyone's robes to flutter loudly. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon condensed and formed above the old man's head. For silhouettes of ancient black dragons, and 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged out. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. You'll have to have the ability to kill me first if you want to. Duan Lingtian sneered and charged forward without dodging. He was not afraid of the old man's storm-like attacks at all. 9 Dragons Protection. With just a thought in his mind, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was enveloped by the 5-colored energy. It carried a sharp sword chi and wantonly swept around his body, as though it had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. The 5-colored divine dragon was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a 5-colored light shield on the surface of his body. Boom! 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 The saber rays that fell from the sky crashed onto the 5-colored light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body and set off a series of loud noises. The airflow that exploded in the air set off another wave of raging wind. However, it still could not break through the 5-colored light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. After a while, Duan Lingtian charged forward against the saber rays that fell like rain. It was as though he had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon that emitted a sharp sword chi. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the old man. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Just as the 5-colored light shield around Duan Lingtian's body disappeared, the short-lived sound of the sword whistling entered the ears of every martial monarch powerhouse on the scene again. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man followed in the footsteps of the sect leader of his sect. Boom! Duan Lingtian did the same thing, and blasted the old man into dust before taking his spatial ring and profundity fragment. The leaders of the 5 major forces, including Wu Lai, the sect leader of the true martial sect, had their eyes fixed on the heaven and earth phenomenon that was gradually forming above Duan Lingtian's head. They wanted to see through Duan Lingtian's background. This was also the reason why they stood aside and did nothing earlier. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll be victorious in 100 battles. They needed to have a deeper understanding of this Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian sect, who had appeared out of thin air and rose to power like a comet. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. The heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head dissipated again before it could form. The people from the original 6 first-rate forces had also left. Only the people from the 5 first-rate forces, including the true martial sect, were left. The sect leader is too powerful. Yes, he's too powerful. A dignified leader of a first-rate force was instantly killed by the sect leader, in just a blink of an eye. The other powerhouse who had an extraordinary status and strength in that sect was not spared as well. What's there to be surprised about? The sect leader even killed the Zhou clan's Grand Elder, who had broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. Naturally, it's not difficult for him to kill 2 old men. Those 2 old men might not be as powerful as the Zhou clan's Grand Elder, who was killed by the sect leader. The group of Lingtian sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their eyes were filled with passion and admiration when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Some of the young female disciples even stared at Duan Lingtian with lustful eyes. They completely regarded Duan Lingtian as their dream lover. However, everyone, including Zhang San and the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists behind him, as well as the 3 deputy sect leaders of Ling Tian's sect, had a solemn expression on their faces. They could see that although 2 of their opponents had died, the remaining people did not seem to care. It was obvious that the person who had just died was not the strongest among them. Otherwise, they would not have been so calm. They knew that the real crisis of Ling Tian's sect had only just begun. Not bad, not bad. The sect leader of Qianzhang's sect, the black-robed old man, sized up Duan Ling Tian for a while before nodding his head. He looked like an elder who was praising a junior. In the blink of an eye, his expression changed again. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. However, no matter how strong you are, you'll still die here today. The 3 of you, let's attack together. After all, this kid is someone who can kill 9th level martial monarch stage martial artists like us. We can't be careless. The black-robed old man stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. After he had locked onto his target, he called out to the other 3 people. The other 3 people he called out to were naturally the leaders of the other 3 first-rate forces other than Wu Lai, the sect leader of True Martial Sect. These 3 people were like him. They were all 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses. That Zhou clan's grand elder is only a martial artist who has just broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. Even I can kill him in one blow. Among the leaders of the 3 first-rate forces, the silver-robed middle-aged man said disdainfully. However, although he said so, he still stared at Duan Ling Tian cooperatively. His eyes were cold, and he was ready to attack at any time. As for the remaining 2 people, they also locked onto Duan Ling Tian immediately. A great battle was about to break out. Let's help the sect leader. The group of people behind Duan Ling Tian became restless. All of them wanted to help Duan Ling Tian. However, when Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, the group of people regained their silence. They knew that the sect leader intended for them to stand aside and watch. Sect leader, you. The group of people, including Zhang San, wanted to persuade Duan Ling Tian, but they were interrupted by Duan Ling Tian in a deep voice. This is an order. For a moment, the group of people who did not dare to disobey Duan Ling Tian's order looked at Duan Ling Tian's back worriedly. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. Chapter 1190. Duan Ling Tian. From today onwards, Ling Tian sect will cease to exist. Among the 4 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses who were confronting Duan Ling Tian, the black-robed old man, who was also the sect leader of Thousand Zhang sect, said coldly. Based on his words, it was as though Duan Ling Tian was destined to be killed by them. That'll depend on whether you have the ability or not. Facing the 4 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses, Duan Ling Tian remained calm. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. Unknowingly, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand had split into 9 and hovered around his body. It continued to rotate at an increasing speed. You're an inscription master as well? The 4 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses, who were confronting Duan Ling Tian, were shocked when they saw him performing this move. They could see it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was controlling the 9 swords to rotate around his body with his spiritual energy. Compared to the shock of the 4 people and their 6 companions, the people from Ling Tian sect were not surprised at all. This was because the fact that their sect leader was an inscription master was not a secret in the sect. The reason why the cold wind could not invade or get close to the north of Ling Tian sect was because of the large-scale inscription formation that their sect leader had set up. From that moment on, they knew that their sect leader was an outstanding inscription master. As for the 9 swords that were revolving around Duan Ling Tian's body, although they were exactly the same, most people only thought that he had taken out 9 identical spirit swords. They did not expect that these 9 swords were transformed from one sword at all. Jinner, even though I can't personally avenge you, I've avenged you today. You can rest in peace in the netherworld. Jir, when this Duan Ling Tian dies, I'll kill that bitch personally to avenge you. Wu Lai, the sect leader of True Martial Sect, shifted his gaze from Duan Ling Tian to Feng Tianwu. All of a sudden, an extremely cold gleam shot out from his eyes, as though he was about to devour someone. In his opinion, today Duan Lingtian would definitely die, although Duan Lingtian could kill the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan, who was at the 9th level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian could not kill him. However, as far as he knew, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder had only just broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. He had not even comprehended a single 9th level monarch stage profundity, any one of the 4 LV9 martial royal realm experts that he had spent a lot of effort to instigate and gather had the strength to crush the great elder of the Zhou clan. Sect Master. A group of people from the Lingtian sect looked at Duan Lingtian's back with a dignified expression. Their eyes revealed traces of worry. Right now they only felt that this grandmaster was so tall and lofty. Standing there, he was like a towering mountain. They held their breaths and no one spoke. They now knew that their sect leader was facing 4 leaders of first-rate forces like the Lingtian sect. The strength of these 4 people could be imagined. For a moment, many people broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Young Master. Master. Xiong Quan and Gold Thug stood side by side in the distance. They looked at Duan Lingtian with hope in their eyes. They hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to kill the 4 leaders of the first-rate forces. However, it was only a hope. They were not confident in their hearts, even though they knew Duan Lingtian very well. They must know that Master killed the Zhou clan's Grand Elder, who had broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. However, they still came. It seems like they have a certain level of confidence. Gold Thug communicated with Xiong Quan through voice transmission. Of course, I know that. Xiong Quan replied in annoyance. At the same time, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Feng Tianwu had also retreated. She looked at Duan Lingtian's back quietly. There was trust in her eyes. It was unconditional trust. Kill. Finally, the sect leader of the 1,000 Feet sect, the black-robed old man, shouted suddenly. Then, it was as though he had transformed into a black lightning bolt, as he charged toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. Boom! The moment the black-robed old man made his move, the air at the spot where he was originally standing was shaken by him. A deafening sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, followed by a series of faint air exploding sounds. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time when the black-robed old man made his move, the other 3 people made their moves one after another. Their target was Duan Lingtian. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The 4 people who made their moves at lightning speed knew what to do. As long as they killed Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Lingtian sect, the Lingtian sect would disintegrate and cease to exist. The Lingtian sect will become the most short-lived first-rate force in the history of the Cloud Continent. One of the 3 people who made their moves behind the black-robed old man said. His voice was filled with contempt and disdain. His words caused the people from the Lingtian sect to have a change of expression. Everyone knows how to boast. Like I said, it depends on whether you have the ability or not. In the face of the provocation, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated. His tone was calm. It did not sound like a person who was being targeted by 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses at all. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. In the face of the 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses who were charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian's body flashed. It was as though he had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon that soared into the sky and went straight into the clouds. Humph! Accompanied by 4 cold snorts, the 4 people who attacked Duan Lingtian turned around and charged at Duan Lingtian like 4 bolts of lightning. The 5 people, including Duan Lingtian, were so fast that most of the Lingtian sect's disciples could not catch sight of their figures at all. They could only faintly hear the air exploding sounds that reverberated in their ears. They could also feel the gusts of strong wind blowing in their faces. Currently, only those who were above the 7th-level martial monarch stage could see the movements of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 people clearly. In their eyes, the scene in front of them was extremely spectacular. A 5-colored divine dragon was leading the way, followed by 4 streaks of light that were as fast as lightning. They disappeared into the clouds in just a short while and completely disappeared before their eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon seeing this, The people present on the scene rose into the air and chased after them. Whether it was those who could see the movements of Duan Lingyun and the others clearly, or those who could not, all of them rose into the air, as though they wanted to join in the fun. They looked at the turbulent clouds in the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, one could see 16 silhouettes of ancient black dragons, and more than 20,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, as though they were attacking the same target. This is the heaven and earth phenomenon formed when the leaders of the four major forces activated the heaven and earth energy. On average, each of them has the strength of more than 4 ancient black dragons, and more than 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of air exploding reverberated in the air one after another. It was so loud that some of the weaker Ling Tian sect's disciples' faces turned red. Some of them even bled from their 7 apertures, and hurriedly covered their ears with their hands. At this moment, the leaders of the 4 major forces had already used their grade 1 spirit weapons. The spirit weapons of the 4 of them were different. One of them used a saber, one used a sword, one used a hammer, and one used a pair of gloves. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Wherever the saber user passed, the airflow in the air seemed to be cut open by a gigantic saber. The saber ray that filled the sky whistled and swept forward, as though it had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When the sword user made his move, the sword ray that covered the sky and earth swept out and transformed into a sword net that enveloped the purple figure like an inescapable net. Boom, 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 boom. No matter if it was the hammer user or the gloves user, when the gigantic hammer or fist in their hands smashed out, it was like a cannonball that was shot out. It tore through the sky and set off a series of terrifying air-exploding sounds. These air-exploding sounds were also the source of some of the weaker Ling Tian sect's disciples, who were bleeding from their 7 apertures. When the strongest person unleashes his full strength, it's equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and over 6,000 ancient horned dragons. The weakest person unleashes his full strength. It's equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and over 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian, who had cast the heaven rank advanced martial skill, Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens, appeared exceptionally calm in the face of the 4 people's attacks that were getting closer and closer. Their strength is rather average. Moreover, they're all stronger than the Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, and he turned his body again. Whoosh! This time, Duan Lingtian turned around and charged back. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he resolutely welcomed the full-force attack of the 4 major forces leaders. You're seeking death. When the leaders of the 4 major forces, including the sect leader of Thousandjiang sect, saw Duan Lingtian turning around and charging towards them, all of them, at the same time sneered. In their opinion, this Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian sect, was basically delivering himself to their doorstep for them to kill. Has he given up on resisting? This was the thought in the 4 of their hearts. A smug smile crept up the corners of their mouths at the same time. At the same time, the attacks that the 4 of them cast out, accompanied by the vast heaven and earth phenomenon that gathered together, swept out like a violent storm towards the purple figure that was charging towards them. What's the sect leader doing? Upon seeing the scene before their eyes, horror dawned on many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples. Only a few people who were familiar with Duan Lingtian had their eyes lit up all of a sudden, as though they had guessed something. On the other hand, the remaining 6 people, including Wu Lai, the sect leader of True Martial Sect, had their eyes lit up as well. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly courting death for daring to turn around at this moment. Perhaps he thinks that he's going to die today and wants to die as soon as possible. The sect leader of Ling Tian sect is only Esozo. This was what most of them were thinking. Jianer, do you see this? This Duan Lingtian is going to die soon. When Wu Lai saw that Duan Lingtian was completely exposed to the attacks of the four major forces leaders, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. It was as though he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face completely froze. Heavens! What did he just see? At the same time, the other 5 people next to Wu Lai were horrified as well. Disbelief could be seen in their eyes. The people from Ling Tian's sect were also stunned. Chapter 1191. For idiots, thank you for the gift you've given me. When he turned around and faced the storm-like attacks of the leaders of the 4 major forces, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth when most people thought he would die. His voice was cold and emotionless. Gift. The leaders of the 4 major forces were stunned. Before they could react, they saw 9 sword rays shooting out from the purple figure that faced their attacks. They knew very well that these were the 9 spiritual swords that had previously surrounded Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect. However, they did not care. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Not only did they not care, but they even despised Duan Lingtian's current attack from the bottom of their hearts. Based on the speed of the 9 sword rays, they could roughly estimate the power contained in the 9 sword rays. These 9 sword rays might be able to block any one of their attacks, but it was impossible for them to block the attacks of all 4 of them at the same time. And now, Duan Lingtian had performed the 9 tribulation sword control technique immediately. The 9 tribulation sword control technique had a special feature. That was, when he controlled them with his spiritual power, he needed a buffer time to increase the speed of the 9 swords to the maximum. This was also the reason why the leaders of the 4 major forces had underestimated Duan Lingtian's 9 tribulation sword control technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 sword rays whizzed through the air. After a while, the sword rays expanded greatly. It was as though 9 Duan Lingtian had attacked at the same time. Their strength soared to the maximum immediately, as though they were assisted by God. How is this possible? At this moment, the leaders of the 4 major forces changed their expressions. The sudden acceleration of the 9 streaks of swordlight finally woke them up completely. At this moment, they realized that the 4 of them would not be able to block them. They did not expect this at all. The speed of the 9 sword rays would suddenly increase, and increase so dramatically. It was completely beyond their imagination. Damn it! How can this Duan Lingtian be so strong? Didn't Wu Lai say that Duan Lingtian's strength is only slightly stronger than the Zhou clan's Grand Elder, who had just broken through to the 9th level Martial Monarch stage? This is called slightly stronger than the Zhou clan's Great Elder. We were tricked by Wu Lai. At that moment, the 4 of them finally saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that accompanied Duan Lingtian. It was the silhouettes of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. The strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Even the strongest among them was far inferior to this Duan Lingtian in terms of strength. Moreover, the sword skill that Duan Lingtian had just displayed was so miraculous that it was as if he had the help of the gods. It made all of their hair stand on end, and they didn't think that they could block it. Run! At the same time, the 4 of them had the same thought. However, the movements of their hands were not slow in the slightest. A torrential storm of attacks greeted the 9 rapidly approaching sword rays, as if they were not afraid at all. Of course, it was not that they were not afraid of Duan Lingtian, but they knew very well that they would be devoured by their own strength if they forcefully stopped at that moment. That was not what they wanted to see. Therefore, they could only brace themselves and attack. In their hearts, they tacitly made a decision. When his attack collided with Duan Lingtian's attack, he would take advantage of the recoil to escape, even if he would be injured. Although they might not be able to escape, they had to do this. If they did not escape, they would definitely die. If they escaped, they might still have a chance of survival. Boom, 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 boom. A few moments later, a series of loud noises resonated. It was the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that Duan Lingtian had unleashed using the 9 tribulations sword control technique to attack the 4 major forces leaders. The storm-like attacks were instantly crushed and shattered when they encountered the sword rays that were transformed from the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords. Pooh! Pooh! At the same time, the 4 major forces leaders were all injured. Some of them even spat out a mouthful of dazzling blood. However, they did not dare to stay any longer. With a flash of their bodies, they fled in all directions. However, would they be able to escape? Everyone, including Wu Lai, the sect leader of the true martial sect, was shocked by this scene. After the 9 sword rays crushed the 4 storm-like attacks, the sword rays shone even brighter. In the next moment, everyone was shocked to see that the 9 5-colored sword rays had transformed into close to 100 5-colored divine dragons. To be precise, there were 81 divine dragons. Each ray of sword light transformed into 9 divine dragons. 9 dragons' radiant flash. As Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold, 162 ultimate sword rays shot out from the eyes of the 81 5-colored divine dragons. These ultimate sword rays were so fast that even the powerhouses at the 7th and 8th level martial monarch stage could not capture them. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, a series of short-lived piercing howls entered the ears of everyone present. The piercing sound only lasted for a blink of an eye. In the next moment, everyone was shocked to see that the 4 first-rate forces leaders, who were preparing to flee in 4 different directions, had their bodies frozen in midair. Dazzling arrows of blood continued to spurt out of their bodies. The blood splattered across the sky like red roses blooming one after another. Without exception, there were dozens of bloody holes on the bodies of the 4 major forces leaders. They were as dead as they could be. Whoosh! At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the purple figure standing proudly in the distant sky disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the people from Ling Tian's sect. There were 5 spatial rings, and a pile of profundity fragments in his hand. Then, they disappeared as he put them away into his spatial ring. For idiots, thank you for the gifts you gave me. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's words seemed to be reverberating in the ears of the people present. Only then did they realize. The gifts Duan Ling Tian mentioned were the spatial rings and profundity fragments left behind by the 4 major forces leaders after they died. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Everyone's eyes landed on the same person at the same time. The purple-clad figure was so tall in their eyes, like an invincible god of war. Impossible. Impossible. In the distance, Wu Lai, the sect leader of true martial sect, was the first to regain his senses. He looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him, and kept shaking his head, as though he was unwilling to believe what he had just seen was real. Wu Lai, didn't you say that his strength is only slightly stronger than the Grand Elder of Zhou clan? Wu Lai, his strength is obviously much stronger than the Grand Elder of Zhou clan. Why did you say that he's only slightly stronger? You killed our sect leader of 1,000 Feet sect. Wu Lai, return our sect leader's life. At the same time, apart from Wu Lai and the old man behind him, the other 4 people beside him glared at him furiously. Their eyes were filled with coldness. At once Wu Lai's face turned pale. He had only heard that Duan Ling Tian was able to kill the Grand Elder of Zhou clan, and that he had just broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. As for how strong Duan Ling Tian was exactly, he had no idea. However, according to his previous speculation, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be too strong. At most, he was only slightly stronger than the Grand Elder of Zhou clan. The reason he came to this conclusion was because he thought that if Duan Ling Tian's strength was much stronger than the Grand Elder of Zhou clan, it would be impossible for him to condescend to become the sect Ling Tian of the original Yin Yang sect. Only now did he realize that he was wrong. Ridiculously wrong. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, he could compete with the top powerhouses of the upper-middle first-rate forces, even if he went to the central area of the inner land. At this moment, he only wanted to curse in his heart. Why did a powerhouse with such strength, like you, come to the worts of the inner land to proclaim himself as the king? Isn't this bullying? At this moment, Wu Lai no longer had any thoughts of avenging his 2 sons in his heart. This was because he knew that he would not be able to avenge them. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Boom! A loud noise reverberated. It was an old man who was not far away from Wu Lai. He attacked Wu Lai like a thunderbolt, his attacks enveloping Wu Lai like a storm. Oomph! Accompanied by a cold snort, the old man who followed behind Wu Lai like a shadow made his move before Wu Lai could react, and helped him block the former's attack. "What are you doing?" Wu Lai's expression changed drastically as he glared at the old man who attacked him. "I'm going to die today anyway. Before I die, I'll kill you to appease the sect leader's soul in heaven." The old man shouted and attacked Wu Lai again. However, he was blocked by the old man behind Wu Lai again. Both of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. The reason why our few sects are facing such a calamity today is all because of this Wu Lai. Kill him. Soon after, the people from the other 3 first-rate forces also attacked Wu Lai furiously. In their opinion, if Wu Lai had not personally come to their sects and instigated them to come to the Ling Tian sect, they would not have appeared here, and would not have to face such a calamity. Initially, they thought they would be able to obtain great benefits by coming to the Ling Tian sect. Who would have thought that not only would they not obtain anything, but they would even lose their lives here. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. In the end, they blamed everything on Wu Lai, the instigator. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. The powerhouses from the 3 first-rate forces attacked Wu Lai at the same time. They did not show any mercy, and heavily injured Wu Lai in just a short while. Any one of them could fight Wu Lai to a draw. If the 3 of them joined forces, it would be easy for them to kill Wu Lai. In just a blink of an eye, Wu Lai was killed by them. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian watched coldly as a bystander. From the words of the person in front of him, he learned that everything that happened today was all because of Wu Lai, the sect leader of the true martial sect. It was Wu Lai who gathered the powerhouses from the first-rate forces to come to the Ling Tian sect with the intention of destroying the Ling Tian sect. As for the reason, it was not difficult to guess. It was none other than Wu Lai knew that the true martial sect alone would not be able to avenge his 2 sons, so he dragged the other first-rate forces down with him. This Wu Lai is really smart. He knows how to make use of the opportunity. Chapter 1192. If it was not for the fact that the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists from the first-rate forces were poached by the Ling Tian sect, Wu Lai would not have been able to convince the first-rate forces to attack the Ling Tian sect. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Seeing that Wu Lai was killed, Duan Lingtian made his move and collected the spatial ring and profundity fragment on Wu Lai's body. In the next second, Duan Lingtian moved again and disappeared before most of the people's eyes. Whoosh! 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 In less than a breath's time, several short-lived sword whistles entered the ears of everyone present. Then, the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples realized that after the sect leader of true martial sect, Wu Lai, died, the remaining 5 people were all killed. None of them were left alive. At the same time, they saw the purple figure appear again. A purple-clad young man entered their sight, causing them to tremble in fear. They did not regain their senses for a long time. The sect leader's strength was just too freakish, right? Not bad. Duan Lingtian looked at the pile of spatial rings and profundity fragments in his hand and muttered to himself. The sect leader is so powerful. At this moment, the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples regained their senses and looked at the purple-clad young man in front of them with admiration in their eyes. Although they had long known that the sect leader of Ling Tian sect was powerful, they thought he was only slightly more powerful than the former peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong, of the Yin Yang sect. However, today this thought of theirs was gone forever. What a joke! Their sect leader had just killed 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses who had joined forces. Any one of those 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses could easily kill the former peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong, of the Yin Yang sect. However, they died in the hands of the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, in just a blink of an eye. With the sect leader of our Ling Tian sect, we can definitely be ranked as a middle-level first-rate force. Many people whispered among themselves. Although there were many first-rate forces in the inner land of Cloud Continent, their strengths were uneven. For example, the original Yin-Yang sect, the True Martial sect, and the Zhou clan were at the bottom of the first-rate forces in the inner land. However, the four people Duan Lingtian had just killed were the leaders of the middle and lower class forces. Their strength was far from what the experts of the lower first-rate forces could compare with. That's right. With the sect leader's strength, he might even be able to win against the top experts of the middle-tier first-rate forces. Someone else said. His words quickly gained the approval of the majority. Our Ling Tian sect's sect leader killed the leaders of the 6 great first-rate forces and the 8th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses by their side, all by himself. I still feel a little excited when I recall the scene earlier. Many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples were excitedly saying similar words. At this moment, they were proud to be elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect. Master's strength is rising too quickly. Gold Thug looked at Duan Lingtian with a wry smile on his face. When he first met Duan Lingtian, he had fought with Duan Lingtian. At that time, although Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, it was not by much. However, the current Duan Lingtian had left him far behind. Young master. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Xiong Quan's eyes lit up, and his face was filled with excitement. Feng Tianwu stood at the side. Her face was expressionless. However, when she looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of gentleness in the depth of her beautiful eyes. Freak. Too freak. Zhang San looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom, and muttered to himself as he looked at him. It was as though he was seeing Duan Lingtian for the first time. He did not expect this at all. The sect leader of the Ling Tian sect that he had joined was not only a freak blacksmith and alchemist, but he was also a freak of a martial Dao powerhouse. His strength was so strong that he could only look up to him. I heard that the sect leader is also an inscription master. When he thought of this, Zhang San was speechless. He felt as though he had lived like a dog all these years. The group of grade 1 blacksmiths and alchemists behind Zhang San were as shocked as Zhang San. These grade 1 blacksmiths and alchemists had joined the Ling Tian sect after Zhang San had joined it. When they had first joined the Ling Tian sect, they were all full of arrogance. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, the blacksmithing and alchemy skills, all of them became obedient. Only then did they realize that their blacksmithing and alchemy skills were nothing at all. In the past, although they had heard that their sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was very strong and could even kill Yang Hong, the former peak master of the Yang peak of the Yin-Yang sect, in just one blow, they did not have a concrete idea. Today, in their hearts, they finally had a deep understanding of the strength of their sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Lingtian. This concept also caused them to be inexplicably shocked. Our sect leader is simply the darling of the heavens. Not only has he achieved great achievements in the blacksmithing Dao, alchemy Dao, and inscription Dao, but he also possesses great strength in the martial Dao. The strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. With such strength, he can do whatever he wants in the outer region of the inner land. The group of grade 1 blacksmiths and alchemists whispered among themselves as they sighed emotionally. Let's disperse. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he calmly ordered in the face of the admiring gazes. As soon as the words left his mouth, he disappeared into thin air before the eyes of most of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples. Only a few people who were at the 7th level martial monarch stage and above saw his afterimage. After Duan Lingtian left, the scene became even more lively. When the news of today's incident spreads out, our Ling Tian sect will be famous in the outer region of the inner land again. Nobody had any doubts about this. Indeed, the news spread out quickly. It was widely spread by the Ling Tian sect's disciples. As the news spread out, many people who heard the news were shocked. Ling Tian sect became famous again. This sect, which had been renamed from the original Yin-Yang sect, was once again famous in the world. Among them, Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, became even more popular. Not only was he regarded as the dream lover of countless female martial artists, but he was also regarded as an idol by many younger generation. For a time, in the outer region of the inner land, from old people who were over 100 years old to 3-year-old children, there was no one who did not know about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Ling Tian sect's fame also overshadowed any of the first-rate forces in the outer region of the inner land. Of course, this was also because there were only low-level first-rate forces and middle and low-level first-rate forces in the outer region of the inner land. There were no stronger first-rate forces. The stronger first-rate forces were distributed in the inner region of the inner land, and even the core region of the inner land. Ling Tian sect, Ling Tian peak. Boom, 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 boom. A series of thunderous sounds reverberated from the peak of Ling Tian peak. At that moment, a purple figure and a bronze figure were fighting at the peak of Ling Tian peak. Both of them were extremely fast. When they disappeared from their original positions, they had already collided with each other. Whoosh! Suddenly, the owner of the purple figure drew his sword. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head underwent an earth-shattering change. It transformed into 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Boom, boom, boom. However, even in the face of his sword, the bronze figure was not afraid at all. His fists that were like giant hammers were earth-shattering, as though they could shatter the heavens. 9 Dragons Sword Manipulation Technique. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. As the purple figure rapidly retreated, the 9 swords that were entwined around his body instantly shot out. It was as though they had transformed into 9 lightning bolts that swept toward the bronze figure. The 9 lightning-like sword gleams soared to the extreme as soon as they broke through the sky. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 81 5-colored divine dragons. As soon as the 81 divine dragons appeared, their eyes shot out beams of ultimate radiant light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A total of 162 extreme-inch lights swept towards the bronze figure, like they were going to cover the sky and cover the earth. It was as if they were going to leave 162 bloody holes on his body. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, a red energy appeared around the bronze figure's body like a burning flame. Both of his fists pierced through the air like 2 giant hammers and collided with the 162 ultimate radiant lights. In the void above his head, the heaven and earth phenomenon also underwent a drastic change. 5 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged out with his fists in a menacing manner. Everywhere he passed by, it was as though dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Clang, 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 clang. The bronze figure threw out both of his fists. The energy of 4 colors that were mixed together traversed the sky, as though it had formed a protective layer in front of him. It forcefully blocked the 162 ultimate radiant lights. However, even though he managed to block the 162 ultimate radiant lights, he was still forced to take a few steps back from the impact. It was obvious that the defense of the energy of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons was not an easy feat against the attack of the energy of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. At this moment, the purple figure stopped moving and even put away the sword in his hand. As for the bronze figure that was 3 meters tall, he stood there obediently after the purple figure stopped moving. He did not move for a long time. The power of 4 different colors that pulsed around his body gradually dissipated. If there was a third person here, he would definitely be horrified. This was because the bronze figure that was 3 meters tall was not a human. It was a puppet. It was a giant puppet that was completely bronze in color and had an exquisite appearance. The outline of the puppet was very distinct. With just a glance, one could tell that the person who created it was extremely serious and had spent a lot of effort. Unleashing my full strength, the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. I can't increase it for now. Chapter 1193. Naturally, the owner of the purple figure was Duan Lingtian. It had been more than a month since the people from the 6 major forces came to the Lingtian sect. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian had successfully completed the forging of the remaining puppets. Not only that, he had also combined all the puppets together and used the inscription formation that he brought out from Emperor Wu's secret treasure to merge the origin energy that extended from the origin stones in their bodies. Since the origin stones in the puppets' bodies were all supreme-grade origin stones, the origin energy that was released from the origin stones in the puppets' bodies was comparable to a 7th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Once it was unleashed, it would be comparable to the strength of an ancient black dragon. This is after I've taken out all the supreme-grade origin stones that I have. Otherwise, the origin energy that extended from the puppets' bodies wouldn't be so powerful. When Duan Lingtian was forging the puppets, not only did he use up all the supreme-grade origin stones in the Lingtian sect, but he even used up all the supreme-grade origin stones in the spatial rings that the 12 powerhouses from the 6 major forces left behind after they died. He no longer had any supreme-grade origin stones in his possession. You're lucky. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me. Duan Lingtian stood in front of the copper puppet and muttered to himself. However, if you want to elevate your strength again, you'll have to obtain a large amount of supreme-grade origin stones again, or wait for my spiritual energy to elevate again. The reason he said this was because with his current spiritual energy, he could only merge 4 profundity fragments into the puppets at most. He was unable to merge the 5th fragment. Due to this reason, the strength that the copper puppet could display was limited. The copper puppet that stood in front of Duan Lingtian now had the strength of a 7th-level martial monarch stage martial artist, and an ancient black dragon's strength when its origin energy was fully unleashed. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had refined the few little puppets that were its fists into grade 1 spirit weapons when he was assembling it. Due to this reason, its fists would have a boost of over 9,000 ancient horned dragon strength when it attacked. Among the 4 profundity fragments, the most powerful one was the 8th-level profundity fragment. The combined strength was equivalent to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. With that, its full strength was equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and more than 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Duan Lingtian, who unleashed his full strength, it was 2,000 ancient horned dragons worth of strength. However, its biggest flaw was that it did not know any martial skills and only knew how to use brute force. Due to this reason, even though its strength was 2,000 ancient horned dragons stronger than Duan Lingtian, it was still forced to retreat after blocking Duan Lingtian's sword skill. Of course, if they continued to fight, Duan Lingtian had no chance of winning. No matter how outstanding his sword skill was, it was difficult for him to overcome the gap of 2,000 ancient horned dragon strength. As long as my spiritual energy increases, I'll be able to integrate the 5th profundity fragment into its body. At that time, its strength will continue to increase. If I have a large amount of supreme-grade origin stones, I'll be able to increase its strength as well. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the puppet before him. However, all in all, he was very satisfied with the strength of the puppet in front of him. If he were to fight it head-on, even he would not be a match for it. As for the other people from Lingtian sect, it was needless to say. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian saw a figure charging towards the peak like a bolt of lightning. The lightning was swift like a sharp sword piercing through the sky. After a short while, the person arrived near Duan Lingtian and stood still, revealing his true appearance. It was Duan Lingtian's old friend, Chen Xiaoshui, who had come to Lingtian sect some time ago. Chen Xiaoshui was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Sword Young Master. When did you come out of closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. As far as he knew, ever since Chen Xiaoshui came to Lingtian sect, he did not come out and entered closed-door cultivation to cultivate painstakingly. I just came out of closed-door cultivation today, Chen Xiaoshui replied. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a resentful expression. Duan Lingtian, you're really not a good friend. Not a good friend? What do you mean by that? Upon hearing Chen Xiaoshui's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled as he asked in confusion. I heard that you killed 12 powerhouses from 6 great first-rate forces last month. You actually didn't ask me to come and watch the battle. Isn't that not a good friend? Chen Xiaoshui complained. I thought it was something big. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he shook his head and smiled. At that time, when I heard that someone came to our Lingtian sect to kill people, I was instantly filled with rage. All I wanted to do was to avenge my Lingtian sect's disciples. Do you think that I would have thought so much at that time? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he rolled his eyes at Chen Xiaoshui. Of course, only in front of an old friend like Chen Xiaoshui would Duan Lingtian be so casual and completely return to his true self without any disguise. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chen Xiaoshui was speechless for a moment. Soon, he no longer bothered about this matter with Duan Lingtian. His gaze shifted to the copper puppet next to Duan Lingtian as he asked curiously, Duan Lingtian, is this a puppet that you made? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When did you make it? I don't remember seeing this big fellow when I just arrived. Chen Xiaoshui was surprised. I just made it recently. Duan Lingtian replied. Chen Xiaoshui nodded in realization before he asked again. Why did you make this? This kind of puppet's strength is only comparable to a void transformation martial artist at most. Moreover, it doesn't listen to orders and can't be controlled. It's useless. Chen Xiaoshui knew a little about puppets. Even a puppet that was activated by a supreme-grade origin stone was only comparable to a 7th-level void transformation martial artist at most. It could not withstand a single blow from a martial monarch powerhouse like him. Useless. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Chen Xiaoshui's words. He then asked with a smile, Do you want to test its strength? You want me to test its strength? Are you kidding me? Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. Even if I don't use any spirit weapons, I can still destroy this stupid puppet with a casual blow. Go ahead and test it. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face did not waver. Are you sure you want me to test it? If I really want to test it, don't blame me if I blast it to smithereens if I don't pay attention. Chen Xiaoshui asked again. When he reached the end of his sentence, he still looked down on the copper puppet next to Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. He was filled with contempt and disdain toward it. If you have the ability to blast it to smithereens, I'll give you a grade 1 spirit sword that can increase one's strength by 90%. Duan Lingtian said. Do you mean it? As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Chen Xiaoshui's eyes lit up. He stared intently at Duan Lingtian as his breathing quickened. His chest rose and fell like a bellows, unable to calm down for a long time. Although he did not know Duan Lingtian was a grade 1 weapons craftsman, he had heard that Duan Lingtian was able to contact an outstanding grade 1 weapons craftsman. It was said that the grade 1 weapons craftsman could refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%. When he first heard this, he was tempted. The spirit weapon in his hand was only a grade 2 spirit sword. If he could exchange it for a grade 1 spirit sword that could increase one's strength by 90%, it would undoubtedly be a huge upgrade to his strength. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he thought Duan Lingtian was intentionally giving him a grade 1 spirit sword. After all, in his opinion, a puppet was nothing to a martial artist at his level. When have I ever lied to you? Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Xiaoshui in disdain before retreating. He said to Chen Xiaoshui from afar, Hey, attack Hammer first, so that you won't say that Hammer is bullying you. Hammer? Chen Xiaoshui was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. That's it. Duan Lingtian glanced at the puppet that was 3 meters tall and said, Hammer was the name he gave to this puppet. It's just a puppet that can't even withstand a single blow. You actually gave it a name? Chen Xiaoshui was speechless. At the same time, he confirmed with Duan Lingtian again. Duan Lingtian, are you sure I can blast it into pieces? Say, since when did you become so wishy-washy? If you can blast it into pieces, not only will I give you a grade 1 spirit sword that can increase one's strength by 90%, but I'll also give you 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills with a purity of more than 90%. Duan Lingtian frowned and said impatiently, "You're the one who said that." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Chen Xiaoshui could no longer resist the temptation. His body moved as he made his move. Whoosh! Within Duan Lingtian's field of vision, Chen Xiaoshui's entire body seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that pierced through the air. His target was the 3-meter-tall copper puppet, which was also hammer. "You're not using a spirit weapon?" When he saw Chen Xiaoshui raising his hand to form a sword with his origin energy, profundity, and concept before charging at hammer at lightning speed, he could not help but be stunned. He did not expect Chen Xiaoshui to be so careless. Whoosh! The sword in Chen Xiaoshui's hand moved horizontally as he charged at hammer. In just a moment, he arrived in front of hammer. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian gave hammer an order. "Defend." At that instant, the origin energy on hammer's body skyrocketed. For types of profundities that were not low-level followed like shadows. In just a moment, it formed a layer of 4-colored light shield around its body. Boom! At this moment, the sword in Chen Xiaoshui's hand also landed on the light shield in a timely manner, making a loud noise. However, there was not even a trace of a ripple on the light shield. It was still as steady as Mount Tai. It was as though Chen Xiaoshui's sword that was charging at it at lightning speed was nothing at all. Whoosh! Horror dawned on Chen Xiaoshui's face when his attack failed. With a raise of his hand, a grade 2 spirit sword appeared. He made his move again. The sword moved horizontally and vertically as it charged at the light shield on hammer's surface like a shadow. Boom! Another loud noise reverberated, but the light shield still did not move an inch. At this moment, Chen Xiaoshui finally realized that something was wrong. Now it's hammer's turn to attack. Chapter 1194. All of a sudden, Chen Xiaoshui felt an extremely oppressive gust of wind blowing toward him. It was so oppressive that he could hardly breathe. In the next moment, before he could even react, he felt a huge force pressing down on his body. It was as if a huge hammer had landed on his chest, sending him flying. Barf! Chen Xiaoshui, who was sent flying like an arrow, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. What kind of monster is this? Chen Xiaoshui finally managed to stop himself. However, the first thing he did when he regained his senses was not to heal his injuries. Instead, he stared at the gigantic figure in the distance. He had been sent flying by the figure earlier. Whoosh! At this moment, a sound of wind whistling toward Chen Xiaoshui brought him back to his senses. He raised his hand and caught the item that Duan Lingtian had thrown at him. A grade 1 life recovery pill. When he opened his palm, he saw a familiar pill. Chen Xiaoshui's eyes lit up, and he swallowed it without any hesitation. After a while, color returned to his pale face. What a powerful medicinal effect! Chen Xiaoshui stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you gave me a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%. Although his injuries were not serious, he was still shocked by the fact that he recovered in a blink of an eye. An ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill would not be able to do that. That was why he asked Duan Lingtian. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled faintly. However, it seems like you're not fated to get those 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills. Duan Lingtian had promised earlier. As long as Chen Xiaoshui could destroy the puppet, Duan Lingtian would give him a grade 1 spirit sword with a 90% amplification, and 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills, with a purity of more than 90%. Chen Xiaoshui was speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. While he was speechless, he looked at the gigantic puppet that was 3 meters tall in the distance. Duan Lingtian, what kind of monster is this puppet that you made? How can he be so powerful? This puppet that Duan Lingtian called Hammer had blocked his full force attack, with just the origin energy and profundity it released. At that time he knew, This puppet's strength far surpassed his. Immediately after, before he could even react, he was sent flying by the puppet, unable to retaliate at all. Furthermore, the puppet had held back when its attack landed on him. Otherwise, he would have been dead for sure. He could clearly feel it when the puppet's attack landed on his body. Didn't you say you were going to blast it to smithereens? Now that your injuries have healed, do you want to try again? Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Xiaoshui mockingly and asked, "If you want to try, go ahead and try." Chen Xiaoshui rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. It was fine if he did not know the puppet's strength earlier, but now that he knew, how would he dare to provoke it? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then he raised his hand and threw a spatial ring to Chen Xiaoshui. "This is for you." "What's this?" Chen Xiaoshui had a puzzled expression on his face after receiving the spatial ring. "Why don't you take a look?" Duan Lingtian said. When Chen Xiaoshui dripped his blood on the spatial ring to establish ownership, his eyes lit up when he saw the items inside. A spirit sword and 2 bottles of medicinal pills. Don't tell me. When Chen Xiaoshui thought of this, he immediately took out the spirit sword from the spatial ring. The origin energy in his body surged and merged with it, causing a dazzling sword ray to burst out. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. First, 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared, followed by 3,600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. A 90% boost. Looking at the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky above his head, Chen Xiaoshui was so excited that his body began to tremble. As for the other 2 bottles of medicinal pills, Chen Xiaoshui could guess what they were. Without a doubt, they were the 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills that Duan Lingtian had mentioned earlier that had a purity of more than 90%. At this moment, Chen Xiaoshui also realized that the bet that Duan Lingtian made with him earlier was actually just a joke. Duan Lingtian had already prepared these things for him. "Duan Lingtian, thank you." When Chen Xiaoshui thought of this, he quickly thanked Duan Lingtian. "When did you become so polite?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, a mocking expression appeared on his face again. "Now that you've changed your spirit sword, why don't you practice with hammer again?" This time, Chen Xiaoshui merely rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. He could not be bothered with Duan Lingtian. He was not a masochist after all. However, he was genuinely curious about this puppet that Duan Lingtian had made. "Duan Lingtian, according to my knowledge, even if it's a puppet that's activated by a supreme grade origin stone, it would at most be able to exert the origin energy of a martial artist at the 7th level of the void transformation stage, and it would at most be able to fuse concept fragments into its body." Chen Xiaoshui asked curiously. "However, this puppet of yours is completely stronger than me. How did you actually make it out?" Although he had only used a grade 2 spirit sword earlier, when he unleashed his full strength, he could still exert the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. However, the puppet that Duan Lingtian had made completely ignored his strength. Based on this, one could tell that the puppet's strength was far stronger than his. As for how strong it was exactly, he did not know because the puppet had attacked so quickly that the heaven and earth phenomenon had yet to solidify. Inscription formation. In the face of Chen Xiaoshui's question, Duan Lingtian answered succinctly. As for whether Chen Xiaoshui understood it or not, it was not something that he needed to consider. "Come with me." Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something and looked at Chen Xiaoshui. "Where are we going?" Chen Xiaoshui asked in confusion. Although Duan Lingtian did not answer Chen Xiaoshui immediately, Chen Xiaoshui soon found out the answer. This was because Duan Lingtian had gone to ask for directions. True Martial Sect. This was the place that Duan Lingtian wanted to bring Chen Xiaoshui to. After a few days of traveling, Duan Lingtian arrived at the True Martial Sect's estate successfully. The True Martial Sect's estate was quiet. However, if one went deeper, one would feel that the atmosphere was a little strange. Some time ago, the entire True Martial Sect was in an uproar when the news of the death of the sect leader, Wu Lai, had spread. Then they fell into endless sorrow. However, The true martial sect's elders and disciples did not leave because of the death of the sect leader. The true martial sect had things that they were worried about and things that they wanted. Putting everything else aside, just the high-grade origin stone lode that the true martial sect controlled was enough to make the group of true martial sect's elders and disciples stay. I'm the sect leader of Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the true martial sect's estate and looked down at it as he spoke in a loud voice. Duan Lingtian's voice that contained origin energy descended like a thunderclap and swept through the entire true martial sect's estate, alarming everyone in the true martial sect's estate. The sect leader of Lingtian sect? Is that the sect leader of Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian sect, who killed the sect leader? Why is he here? Don't tell me he's here to eliminate the source of trouble? At once, the entire true martial sect's estate was in an uproar. Most of the true martial sect's elders and disciples fell into a panic. Only a few people remained calm. These few people were the most powerful people in the true martial sect apart from Wu Lai, the sect leader of the true martial sect. When they heard the voice that came from the sky, their expressions turned extremely solemn. Subsequently, they rose into the air and gathered together before heading to the source of the voice. Duan Lingtian stood quietly in the air. Even when a few figures appeared before him, he did not seem surprised at all. Sect leader Duan. The people who appeared before Duan Lingtian were 3 old men in their 70s. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Chen Xiaoshui, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had a strange expression on his face when he saw this. Was there something wrong with these 3 old men? After all, Duan Lingtian had just killed their true martial sect's sect leader and another 8th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse a little more than a month ago. Now, not only were they not seeking revenge from Duan Lingtian, but they were even groveling in front of Duan Lingtian? It seems like these 3 old men are reluctant to give up the true martial sect's foundation. It was not difficult for Chen Xiaoshui to figure this out. If they were willing, they would have left long ago instead of staying in the true martial sect. After all, any normal person would be able to guess that after the sect leader of Lingtian sect had killed their sect leader, he would personally come to the true martial sect to annihilate them. From today onward, the true martial sect will be an affiliate sect of Lingtian sect. We'll hand in 300 supreme grade origin stones and 1 million high-grade origin stones to Lingtian sect every year. Do you have any objections to this? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he stared at the 3 old men before him calmly. When the 3 old men heard the first half of Duan Lingtian's sentence, horror dawned on them. 1 million high-grade origin stones was still acceptable. However, 300 supreme-grade origin stones was undoubtedly a little too much. The origin stone vein controlled by the true martial sect was only a high-grade origin stone vein. Even if they sent out a large number of people, it would be difficult for them to excavate 300 supreme-grade origin stones in a year. However, when they heard the murderous intent in the second half of Duan Lingtian's sentence, the 3 of them shuddered at the same time. No, the 3 of them shook their heads at the same time. It was as though they were afraid the purple-clad young man would attack them if they answered too late. After all, the purple-clad young man before them was someone who could kill their sect leader Wu Lai. Wu Lai's strength was on par with theirs. However, this was not the only reason they were afraid of the purple-clad young man before them. They had heard that more than a month ago, when the sect leader of Lingtian sect killed Wu Lai, the sect leader of Lingtian sect, he had also killed 4 9th-level martial monarchs. The 4 9th-level martial monarchs were all leaders of lower-middle first-rate forces. Even the top-notch powerhouses from lower-middle first-rate forces had been killed, let alone the top-notch powerhouses from lower-middle first-rate forces. For this reason, they could only admit defeat. Greetings, sect leader. Chapter 1195. Just like that, the true martial sect survived. The price was to become an affiliated sect of the Lingtian sect. Every year, they would have to hand over a large amount of supreme-grade origin stones and high-grade origin stones to the Lingtian sect. After leaving the true martial sect, and returning to the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian went to look for Zhang San. From tomorrow onwards, gather all the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists for a period of time. I'll be guiding all of you for a while before I go on a long trip. Duan Ling Tian said to Zhang San. Zhang San responded respectfully, indicating that he understood. Early the next morning, Zhang San followed Duan Ling Tian's instructions and gathered all the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists so that Duan Ling Tian could guide them. This group of weapons craftsmen and alchemists had joined the Ling Tian sect out of admiration. If they were not given some benefits, they would most likely leave soon. This was not something Duan Ling Tian wanted to see. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian patiently guided them. He did not even hide anything from them when he refined weapons and medicine in front of them. As for how much they could comprehend, it would depend on their own luck. As time went by, the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who joined the Ling Tian sect also gained a deeper understanding of Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the weapon refining Dao and medicine refining Dao. For a time, they were all convinced and were even more determined to stay in the Ling Tian sect. They believed, as long as this sect leader was around, as long as they could receive guidance from this sect leader, their attainments in the weapon refining Dao and medicine refining Dao would definitely be greatly improved. Just as Duan Ling Tian was patiently guiding the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Zhang San, in a faraway place in the west of the Inner Land, Yun Gang, the former guardian elder of the Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak, finally arrived at his destination. It was a barren stone forest. Very few people came to this stone forest. Even if they did, they would get lost in it as soon as they entered. It was said that there were many unpredictable inscription formations set up in this stone forest. Those who entered rarely came out alive. Only a few people knew that this stone forest was the cultivation place of a powerful Emperor Wu powerhouse. This stone forest was also known as the Lost Stone Forest. Apart from the Emperor Wu powerhouse, there were also some Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers who cultivated in this place. The owner of Lost Stone Forest, the Martial Emperor Powerhouse, was called Martial Emperor Shiqi. Standing near the Lost Stone Forest, Yun Gang did not dare to go any deeper. He looked at the stone forest in front of him and said respectfully, Yun Gang, the Supreme Elder of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, requests to see Lord Yang Chun. Lord Yang Chun. As soon as Yun Gang said this, a figure appeared out of thin air in the stone forest. It was an old man in gray robes. You're looking for senior brother Yang Chun? The gray-clad old man asked expressionlessly as he looked at Yun Gang. Yes. Yun Gang replied immediately. He did not dare to slack off. He knew that the gray-clad old man standing before him was one of Emperor Wu's followers. Emperor Wu's followers were nothing compared to Emperor Wu's followers. Many of Emperor Wu's followers had not even seen the face of Emperor Wu whom they were willing to follow. The person with the highest status under the Martial Emperor was undoubtedly the Martial Emperor's direct disciple. Emperor Wu's direct disciples were all genius powerhouses who were personally handpicked by Emperor Wu. Each of them had an extremely shocking strength. Most of them were at the peak of the martial monarch stage. Even if they were not at the peak of the martial monarch stage, they were definitely the best among their peers. The peers here referred to the people of the same age on the entire Cloud continent. This included the variant. Emperor Wu's direct disciples could often see Emperor Wu and receive guidance from Emperor Wu. Below Emperor Wu's direct disciples, they were not Emperor Wu's followers. They were Emperor Wu's disciples. Emperor Wu's disciples could occasionally see Emperor Wu from afar. However, they could not receive guidance from Emperor Wu. It was even to the extent that Emperor Wu might not even recognize them. These Emperor Wu's disciples were managed by Emperor Wu's direct disciples. When Emperor Wu's direct disciples were in a good mood, they would also give them some guidance. Below Emperor Wu's disciples were the Emperor Wu's followers. They had the lowest status among Emperor Wu's followers. A martial emperor's follower, to put it nicely, was a follower of a martial emperor. To put it bluntly, they did odd jobs for Emperor Wu. Just like the gray-clothed old man that appeared before Yun Gang now, he was a Emperor Wu's follower that was responsible for guarding the Emperor Wu's door. However, although the status of Emperor Wu's followers was low under Emperor Wu's command, no one dared to look down on them in the outside world, let alone take the initiative to offend them, or even kill them. No matter what, Emperor Wu's follower was still in existence under the command of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Even if he was just an odd job or a guard, no one dared to look down on someone who was related to a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. No one was willing to offend them, even if he was only a follower of Emperor Wu. Wait a moment. I'll go inform senior brother Yang Chun. Knowing that Yun Gang was looking for Yang Chun, the gray-clothed old man did not hesitate. After nodding at Yun Gang, he returned to the stone forest and disappeared before Yun Gang's eyes. Although Yang Chun was not Emperor Wu's direct disciple, he was still Emperor Wu's disciple. Regardless of strength or status, he was far above him. After the gray-clothed old man left, Yun Gang stood in the air and waited patiently. At this moment, the stone forest in front of him was no different from a scourge to him. He did not dare to take even half a step into the minefield. In the future, I'll also be able to enter this place and become Emperor Wu's follower. Yun Gang did not know when a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was a brilliant smile. It was as though he could already see the scene of him becoming Emperor Wu's follower. Time passed by quietly. Half an hour passed by very quickly. However, Yun Gang was still waiting patiently as before. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind blowing in front of him attracted Yun Gang's attention. When Yun Gang raised his head, a medium-sized figure appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man dressed in green. The middle-aged man had a pair of tiger-like eyebrows. He looked dignified without being angry. Since he appeared, he had been staring at Yun Gang intently. Yun Gang. The middle-aged man frowned at first before he relaxed. He seemed to have some impression of Yun Gang. Lord Yang Chun. Faced with the middle-aged man's casual attitude, Yun Gang did not dare to be negligent. He bowed respectfully and said, "I'm Yun Gang, the guardian elder of Yang Peak of the former Yin Yang sect. I was fortunate enough to meet you once, Lord Yang Chun." Former Yin Yang sect? What do you mean by that? The middle-aged man, Yang Chun, who was also Emperor Wu's disciple under Emperor Wu, could not help but feel puzzled after hearing Yun Gang's words. Lord Yang Chun, the Yin Yang sect no longer exists. Yun Gang sighed. Where's Yang Hong? Yang Chun did not seem to care whether the Yin Yang sect still existed or not. What he cared about was Yang Hong, his half-brother from a different mother. Peak Master. He's dead. Under Yang Chun's gaze, Yun Gang took a deep breath and sighed. Dead. These two short words were like a clap of thunder when they entered Yang Chun's ears. It was so shocking that Yang Chun's expression changed drastically. He and Yang Hong had been at odds since they were young, and it had continued until today. However, no matter how much they did not get along, he and Yang Hong were still brothers. This was an unchangeable fact. Now he heard that his own brother was dead. Who? Yang Chun asked Yun Gang in a low voice. Although he only asked one word, the meaning was obvious. He wanted to know who killed his brother, Yang Hong. After learning that Yang Hong was dead, the trace of dissatisfaction Yang Chun had toward Yang Hong in his heart disappeared and was replaced by sadness. That was his brother, his blood-related brother. It's a person called Duan Lingtian. Yun Gang said again. Tell me more. Yang Chun's face was cold as he spoke in a low voice. His tone was unquestionable, and there was a hint of anger in it. Upon seeing this, Yun Gang's eyes lit up subtly. He knew that he had guessed correctly. Although Yang Chun was at odds with his younger brother, Yang Hong, after Yang Hong's death, he no longer cared about the conflict between him and Yang Hong in the past. He wholeheartedly wanted to avenge Yang Hong. Yes, Yun Gang replied respectfully. Then he told the whole story without missing a single word. He did not hide anything, because he knew that it was useless even if he hid it. With the methods of this person before him, he would know the truth sooner or later. If he hid it, it would be self-defeating. Duan Lingtian? Yang Chun muttered in a low voice. His eyes were cold as if he was about to devour someone. At the same time, his gaze landed on Yun Gang. You're very good. You actually thought of a way to make him stay. After I've avenged my useless brother, I'll grant you a favor that's within my power and won't make things difficult for you. Lord Yongchun, I want to become a follower of Emperor Wu under the Stone Emperor. Yin Gang took a deep breath and said slowly. Stone Emperor was the abbreviation of Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu was the owner of the Lost Stone Forest before him. Yongchun was his disciple in name. That's simple, Yongchun said indifferently. As long as I avenge my useless brother, I guarantee that you'll be able to become Emperor Wu's follower. Thank you, Lord Yongchun. Hearing this, Yin Gang's face beamed with joy. Wait here for a moment while I deal with some things. After that, I'll follow you to the Ling Tian sect. At this moment, Yongchun said to Yin Gang before his figure vanished into the Lost Stone Forest. Soon after, Yongchun arrived in front of a stone house in the Lost Stone Forest. The stone house was hollowed out from a huge rock in the Lost Stone Forest. It looked very unique. Senior Brother Zhou. Yongchun greeted the stone house respectfully. Whoosh! As soon as Yongchun's words left his mouth, a tall figure appeared in front of Yongchun. It was a young man in black. His face was cold, and his gaze was sharp. He gave off an invisible pressure. Yongchun did not dare to stand up when he faced the young man in black. Although he was Emperor Wu's disciple, he was nothing in front of this person. Chapter 1196. At this moment, the black-clad young man standing in front of Yongchun was one of the few direct disciples under Martial Emperor Shiqi. Zhou, what's the matter? Zhou Yi's expression was as cold as before. When he spoke, his tone was calm, and his words were as precious as gold. Senior Brother Zhou, I'm afraid the matter you asked me to do earlier will have to be delayed for a while. Yongchun smiled wryly. Zhou Yi frowned when he heard this. What's the matter? Senior Brother Zhou, someone came from outside the stone forest earlier. He's my brother's subordinate. He came to look for me and said that my brother was killed. Yongchun sighed. The person who killed my brother might leave at any time. I must rush over in the shortest time possible and kill him to avenge my brother. Please fulfill my wish, Senior Brother Zhou. When Yongchun reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Zhou Yi with anticipation. The revenge of my brother's death cannot be neglected. Go ahead. You can deal with the matter when you return, Zhou Yi said nonchalantly. As soon as his words left his mouth, he disappeared before Yongchun's eyes. His speed was so fast that even someone as strong as Yongchun could not catch a trace of him. Thank you, Senior Brother Zhou. Yongchun thanked the stone house in front of him before he turned around and prepared to leave the stone forest to meet up with Yin Gang. The moment he turned around, Yongchun's face turned completely gloomy. Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his killing intent could be seen clearly. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Duan Ling Tian did not cultivate or comprehend any profundity. Instead, he focused all his attention on guiding the group of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Zhang San. During this period of time, the group of weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Zhang San, began to understand how monstrous the sect leader of Ling Tian sect was in terms of refining weapons and pills. It was something they could only look up to. Looks like I made the right choice this time. I can indeed get what I want by joining Ling Tian sect. I have a feeling that I'll be able to refine a Grade 1 pill with a purity close to 80% soon. Just as Duan Ling Tian separated from Zhang San and the rest, a Tier 1 alchemist said excitedly. Yes, this is the best choice we've ever made in our lives. Another person said. Humph. Now that you've received the benefits, don't forget to work for the sect master. Remember to use all your connections to find the 2 sect masters' wives who are wandering outside. Zhang San gave a low humph and reminded. Don't worry, Vice Sect Leader Zhang. I've already instructed the disciples to bring my token to the higher-ups of the various forces that I'm on good terms with. They definitely won't slack off on my account. Soon after, a Grade 1 craftsman said. I'll go find a disciple and ask him to help me find those fellows who owe me a favor. If those fellows don't try their best to find the 2 sect mistresses, They can forget about getting a single grade 1 pill from me in the future. A grade 1 alchemist said and left. Following that, people left one after another. Seeing this scene, Zhang San nodded in satisfaction. He did not disappoint the sect leader's high hopes. Some time ago, Duan Lingtian announced to everyone in the Lingtian sect that Zhang San would be appointed as the 4th vice sect leader of the Lingtian sect. He would be on equal footing with Luo Ping and the Yu brothers. Of course, this was only on the surface. As the leader of a group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the sect, Zhang San's position in the Lingtian sect was only lower than Duan Lingtian. Even Luo Ping and the Yu brothers did not dare to offend him. I'll set off 3 days later to retrieve the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second lifetime. After separating from Zhang San and the rest, Duan Lingtian returned to his residence and sat cross-legged on his bed. He had made up his mind. After arriving in the inner land, he had a rough idea of where he was. After searching through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he quickly confirmed the exact location where the reincarnation Emperor Wu had stored the great treasure. It was located in the inner land south, quite a distance away from the Lingtian peak. I'm afraid it would take me 2 months to travel back and forth from that place at full speed. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Since he had made up his mind, Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it. He closed his eyes and calmed down to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon transformation. While cultivating, he comprehended the fused profundity. Of course, other than that, he was constantly comprehending the sword Dao from the word sword in his mind, and improving his sword concept. Time passed by quietly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian, get out here. The originally tranquil Lingtian sect was now in an uproar, due to the sudden outburst from the sky. Who dares to ask the sect leader to get out? Many of the Lingtian sect's disciples were shocked. Does he have a death wish? How dare he provoke the sect leader in our Lingtian sect? I wonder where this reckless guy came from. One by one, the elders and disciples of the Lingtian sect rose into the air and looked in the direction of the voice. However, all they saw was a sky full of clouds. The person who spoke was obviously hiding behind the clouds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Swift figures appeared out of thin air one after another. The 4 deputy sect leaders of the Lingtian sect, Feng Tianwu, Chen Xiaoshui, Xiong Quan, and Gold Thug gathered together because of the shout that came from the sky. This voice seems familiar. Luo Ping frowned and said, familiar voice? Chen Xiaoshui was stunned. Do you know him? It's Elder Yun's voice. At this moment, the Yu brothers looked at each other and said in unison. There was a hint of surprise in their voices. Elder Yin? Chen Xiaoshui was confused when he heard the Yu brothers. It's the former guardian elder of Yang Peak, Yin Gang. Luo Ping's face was a little pale. Didn't he run away last time? Why did he come back? Luo Ping, watch your words. I didn't run away last time. Almost as soon as Luo Ping finished speaking, the voice from the sky continued to reverberate and attracted everyone's attention. An old man followed behind a middle-aged man and descended from the sky. The person who spoke was the old man behind the middle-aged man. He was also the former guardian elder of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, Yin Gang. As for the middle-aged man in front of him, his identity was self-evident. He was the brother of Yang Hong, the former peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, Yang Chun. Apart from being Yang Hong's brother, Yang Chun was also a powerful disciple of Emperor Wu. Although he was not as powerful as Emperor Wu's direct disciple, he was still not someone an ordinary 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse could compare to. Yin Gang. Luo Ping's face turned slightly grave. Her eyes landed on Yin Gang for a moment, before she quickly shifted her gaze to the middle-aged man in front of Yin Gang. There was no need for her to guess. Yin Gang came back prepared today. The middle-aged man walking in front of him was obviously a helper that he had found. He should be more powerful than him. At this moment, the Yu brothers' faces turned slightly grave. They could see that Yin Gang and the middle-aged man in front of him did not come with good intentions. It's Elder Yun. Didn't he run away last time? Why did he come back? Is he not afraid of death? Don't you see the middle-aged man he's following? Do you think a person who can make him follow behind him so eagerly would be a simple person? It seems like he's found a helper. At this moment, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples who recognized Yun Gang began to discuss among themselves. Some of them looked worried that their sect leader would not be able to deal with the helper that Yun Gang had found. Some of them, on the other hand, looked indifferent. They were confident in their sect leader. Luo Ping, Yu Ping Yuan, I came back this time to kill Duan Ling Tian and rebuild the Yinyang sect. Are you willing to help me? Yun Gang looked at Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan and went straight to the point. Upon hearing Yun Gang's words, horror dawned on the three of them, but they did not say anything. It seems like you're doubting my strength. Yun Gang looked at the three of them deeply and said slowly, I admit that I'm not as good as Duan Ling Tian. However, do you know who this person in front of me is? When Yun Gang reached the end of his sentence, he exuded a strong sense of confidence. At this moment, not only Luo Ping and the other two, but even Feng Tianwu, Zhang San, and the others also had their eyes on the middle-aged man in front of Yun Gang. It was as if they wanted to see what was so special about him that made Yun Gang so confident. You're Yun Gang, the supreme elder of the Yinyang sect's Yang Peak? Chen Xiaoshui looked at Yun Gang with contempt. I've heard about you before. A few months ago, you ran away from our Ling Tian sect like a stray dog. A stray dog? Chen Xiaoshui's words caused Yun Gang's face to turn completely grave. I really don't know. Where did a stray dog like you get such strong confidence from? Chen Xiaoshui obviously did not plan to let him go so easily, and continued to mock him. Boy, don't be so smug. You'll cry later. Although Yun Gang was extremely furious, he still suppressed his anger, and said in a deep voice. Then he no longer cared about Chen Xiaoshui, who was looking at him with disdain. He looked at Luo Ping and the other two again and said, This person in front of me is Peak Master Yang Hong's biological brother, Lord Yang Chun. Yang Hong's biological brother? Luo Ping and the other two's faces turned grave when they heard this. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with Yang Hong. He was the Peak Master of the Yinyang sect's Yang Peak. However, they did not know that Yang Hong actually had a brother, who was obviously more powerful than Yang Hong. They suspected that he was a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse. However, even if they suspected that the other party was a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse, they did not show any signs of fear. What a joke! Their Ling Tian sect's sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, had killed several 9th-level martial monarch powerhouses before. Not to mention the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City, even the leaders of the 4 middle and lower first-rate forces did not survive the hands of their sect leader. Chapter 1197. However, Luo Ping and the other two's expressions changed completely when they heard Yun Gang's next sentence. Lord Yang Chun has another identity. He's Emperor Wu's disciple in Lost Stone Forest. These were Yun Gang's exact words. Emperor Wu's disciple. The moment Yun Gang's words left his mouth, not only did Luo Ping and the other two's expressions change drastically, but even Zhang San and the gold thug's expressions changed as well. As for Feng Tianwu, Chen Xiaoshui, and Xiong Quan, they did not have any concept of Emperor Wu's disciple. Therefore, they only looked confused and did not show any exaggerated expressions. Elder Yun's helper is Emperor Wu's disciple? He's Emperor Wu's disciple in Lost Stone Forest. I've heard of Lost Stone Forest before. It's the cultivation place of Emperor Wu's powerhouse. That Emperor Wu's title is Emperor Wu Shiqi. Elder Yun's helper is Emperor Wu Shiqi's disciple. At the same time, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples had a change of expression. They did not expect Yun Gang's helper to be Emperor Wu's disciple. Emperor Wu's disciple. Even if he was not Emperor Wu's direct disciple, he was still extremely powerful. This was because it was impossible for a weak martial artist to become Emperor Wu's disciple. At most, they could become Emperor Wu's follower. Most of Emperor Wu's direct disciples were people who stood at the peak of the martial monarch stage. They were people who had half a foot in the Emperor Wu stage. Although Emperor Wu's disciples were slightly weaker, they were still not comparable to an ordinary 9th-level Emperor Wu stage powerhouse. It was said that any random Emperor Wu's disciple could be compared to the top powerhouses from the middle and upper first-rate forces on Cloud Continent, or even the top powerhouses from the upper first-rate forces. Emperor Wu's disciple. Yang Hong's brother is Emperor Wu's disciple. Luo Ping's expression was extremely ugly. I've long heard that Peak Master Yang Hong's background is not simple, but I didn't expect his brother to be Emperor Wu's disciple. The Yu brothers looked at each other and saw the inexplicable shock in each other's eyes. Disciple of Emperor Wu. He was an existence that they had to look up to. He only needed a finger to crush them. For a time, their hearts were filled with fear. If it was said that they were still full of confidence in their Ling Tian sect's sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, then now they were shaken. Emperor Wu's disciple. The mere Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect is actually the younger brother of Emperor Wu's disciple. Zhang San's expression was somewhat ugly. He had long heard that Duan Ling Tian had killed the former Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect and became the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. He had even changed the name of the Yin Yang sect to the sect Ling Tian sect, and became the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. However, it had never crossed his mind that the former Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect actually had such an elder brother. Disciple of Emperor Wu. That was no joke. As far as he knew, those who wanted to become Emperor Wu's disciple either had to be a variant with extraordinary innate talent and divine ability on the Cloud Continent, or a powerful 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. The middle-aged man in front of him was obviously the latter. The threshold for the latter was extremely high as well. It was said that only a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse, who possessed the strength of more than 5 ancient black dragons, would be qualified to become Emperor Wu's disciple when he exerted his full strength. The strength of 5 ancient black dragons was the lowest threshold. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Chen Xiaoshuai, and Xiong Quan had also learned the meaning of the words Emperor Wu's disciple from the discussion of the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples nearby. At once, Chen Xiaoshuai and Xiong Quan's faces turned grave. Damn it! Emperor Wu's disciple is actually so powerful? Chen Xiaoshuai cursed in his heart. Even though Feng Tianwu maintained a calm expression on her face, in the depths of her beautiful autumn eyes, there seemed to be a trace of worry mixed within. It was obvious that she was worried about Duan Ling Tian. Luo Ping Yu Ping Yuan, I'll give the 3 of you a chance. Now stand on my side. After Lord Yang Chun kills Duan Ling Tian, all of you will still be part of the Yin Yang sect. At this moment, Yun Gang looked at Luo Ping and the other 2 and said slowly, if you're not willing to stand on my side, I won't spare your lives after Lord Yang Chun kills Duan Ling Tian. Based on Yun Gang's words, it was obvious that he wanted Luo Ping and the other 2 to make a choice. This choice was related to their lives and fortunes. At once, Luo Ping and the other 2's faces turned pale. I'll give all of you 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, whoever doesn't stand on my side will be my enemy. Yun Gang continued to force Luo Ping and the other 2 to make a choice. The moment Yun Gang's words left his mouth, apart from Yang Chun, everyone's eyes fell on Luo Ping and the other 2. They wanted to know what choice they would make. Would they choose to stand on the opposite side of Ling Tian sect and stand on Yun Gang's side? Or would they choose to stand on the side of Ling Tian sect and continue to oppose Yun Gang? Either of the 2 choices had its risks. If they chose the former, once Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, killed Emperor Wu's disciple, Yang Chun, the consequences were obvious. Nobody would let go of a traitor. If they chose the latter, once Emperor Wu's disciple Yang Chun killed Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, they would not be able to survive. Yun Gang would send them on their way immediately. Speaking of which, the choice now was a gamble. Would Duan Ling Tian be stronger than Duan Ling Tian? Or would Yang Chun be stronger than Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian's strength was not a secret to most of the people from Ling Tian sect present on the scene. 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated his strength when he fought the leaders of the 4 great first-rate forces. His strength was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. However, as Emperor Wu's disciple, even if Yang Chun was not Emperor Wu's direct disciple, he still possessed the strength of at least 5 ancient black dragons. Yun Gang, if I stand on your side, I'll be standing on Yang Hong's side. For this reason, I choose to live and die with Ling Tian sect. Soon after, Luo Ping was the first to make her stand. Although Yang Hong was dead, Yin Gang brought Yang Hong's brother, Yang Chun, back today. If she stood on Yin Gang's side, it would be no different from standing on Yang Hong's side. She, who hated Yang Hong from the bottom of her heart, made her choice immediately. The moment Luo Ping's words left her mouth, many of the elders and disciples from Ling Tian sect's eyes lit up immediately. They secretly praised her as a heroine. Humph! Since you want to die, I won't stop you. Yin Gang snorted disdainfully when he heard Luo Ping's words. Then, he looked at the Yu brothers whose expressions were still changing and said in a deep voice, "Yu Ping Yuan, both of you better think carefully. Right now, you only have 5 breaths left." 5 breaths. The Yu brothers' expressions changed again when they heard Yin Gang's words. For a moment, the Yu brothers had become the center of attention. What do you think the 2 vice sect leaders will choose? I don't know. This depends on whether they have more confidence in the sect leader or that Emperor Wu's disciple. Many of the elders and disciples from Ling Tian sect whispered among themselves. They were filled with anticipation for the Yu brothers' choice. There's still 3 breaths left. After 2 breaths, Yin Gang urged them again. The Yu brothers' expressions turned even uglier. Not long after, another 2 breaths passed. Yin Gang said in a deep voice, "Both of you have 1 more breath left." Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Yin Gang finished speaking, the Yu brothers finally made their move. They flew out and appeared behind Yin Gang in a flash. Ha 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 ha! Seeing that the Yu brothers had chosen his side, Yin Gang laughed heartily. At the same time, he looked at the 2 of them and said, "Yu Ping Yuan, both of you will soon realize how correct your choice is." Then he looked at Luo Ping and sneered. "Luo Ping, you will soon realize how stupid your choice is." Luo Ping ignored Yin Gang's sarcasm and looked at the Yu brothers. She said in a deep voice, "Yu Ping Yuan, are you worthy of the sect leader for making such a choice? If I remember correctly, both of you seem to have spirit weapons and medicinal pills that the sect leader personally refined for both of you, right?" Whether it was Yu Ping or Yuan, both of them had a grade 1 spirit weapon that Duan Lingtian had refined for them. It was a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%. They had also obtained 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills with 91% purity from Duan Lingtian. When the Yu brothers heard Luo Ping's words, their expressions turned grave. However, they did not say anything because they knew they were in the wrong. I really feel sorry for Duan Lingtian. To think he actually made both of you the vice sect leaders of Ling Tian sect. Chen Xiaoshui said disdainfully as he glanced at the Yu brothers. Traces of killing intent began to flicker in the depths of Feng Tianwu's eyes. This killing intent was directed at the Yu brothers. The Yu brothers' choice had infuriated her. "Which one of you is Duan Lingtian?" Yang Chun, who had been watching the show from the side for a long time, finally spoke. The moment she spoke, she wanted to look for Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. "Lord Yang Chun, Duan Lingtian hasn't come out yet." Yun Gang, who was standing behind Yang Chun, said respectfully. "However, those 3 people are Duan Lingtian's people. If you kill them, Lord Yang Chun, I'm sure Duan Lingtian won't be able to hold himself back and come out." Soon after, Yun Gang's gaze landed on Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and the gold thug as he said with a sinister smile. Yang Chun's gaze immediately shifted to Feng Tianwu, and the other 2, Xiong Quan, and the gold thug's faces turned grave when they were targeted. However, they still flew out at the same time and stood in front of Feng Tianwu. They were like 2 door gods as they protected Feng Tianwu behind them. "Both of you are really loyal. It seems like she must be Duan Lingtian's woman." Yang Chun smirked. "If that's the case, I'll ruthlessly destroy the flower and kill this woman first. I don't have to worry about that cowardly Duan Lingtian not coming out. Based on his words, he did not show any mercy to Feng Tianwu because of her peerless beauty. Idiot. Chapter 1198. It's the sect leader. Many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples' eyes lit up when they heard the voice. They began to look around, as though they were trying to find the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. There were also some people who looked at Yang Chun strangely. So what if you're Emperor Wu's disciple? Our sect leader of the Ling Tian sect still calls you an idiot. When Yang Chun heard the voices that seemed to come from all directions, she was unable to react for a moment. After noticing the strange gazes around her, she was completely enraged. You're Duan Lingtian? His sharp gaze quickly landed on the purple-clad young man, who had appeared out of nowhere. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. Naturally, the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing next to Feng Tianwu like a flower guardian. At this moment, Gold Thug and Xiong Quan, who were standing in front of Feng Tianwu, tactfully retreated. They stood behind Duan Lingtian respectfully, as though they were Duan Lingtian's shadow. Elder Yun. Duan Lingtian acted as though he did not hear Yang Chun's question at all. His gaze landed on Yin Gang, who was behind Yang Chun. You left without saying goodbye that day, just to look for help to make a comeback. Yang Chun, who was ignored by Duan Lingtian, had a gloomy expression on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as though they were about to spit fire. Duan Lingtian, Lord Yang Chun is asking you a question. How dare you ignore Lord Yang Chun? You're dead meat. Yin Gang could also sense Yang Chun's anger, and could not help but sneer as he spoke. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past the two people next to Yin Gang. They were the Yu brothers. When his gaze swept past the two of them, it was as though he was about to devour them. He had never mistreated the two of them before. However, today, the two of them had betrayed him and the Ling Tian sect. Whether I'm dead or not, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to know. In the face of Yin Gang's sneer, Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly. At this moment, Yang Chun's expression suddenly changed. She moved and disappeared on the spot, as if she was hiding from something. She didn't even have the time to warn Yin Gang and the other two. Bang! Almost at the same time that Yang Chun disappeared from where he stood, a deafening explosion rang out like a sudden clap of thunder. Boom! 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 Waves of earth-shaking explosions were clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. Quite a number of Ling Tian sect disciples with low cultivations were shaken to the point that they bled from their 7 orifices. At the same time, the airwaves that were accompanied by the sound of the air explosion transformed into waves of raging gales that swept through the surrounding area, causing many of the Ling Tian sect disciples with low cultivations to squint their eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yun Gang and the Yu brothers, who had been standing there perfectly fine a moment ago, exploded into 3 clouds of blood mist with a loud bang. Bloody mist splashed out like a blossoming firework, extremely beautiful. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Even Yang Chun, who had dodged to the side, had an extremely grave expression on his face. His gaze was fixed on the spot where the 3 clouds of blood mist exploded. A gigantic figure had appeared there. The gigantic figure that was about 3 meters tall appeared before the eyes of the people present, causing them to be stunned. Puppet. Am I dreaming? For a moment, many people looked at each other silently as similar thoughts appeared in their minds. Many of them even stretched out their hands and pinched their thighs hard. It was only when the intense pain came from their thighs that they confirmed that they were not dreaming. Since when did a puppet possess such powerful strength? Killing an 8th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse and 2 7th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses in just a second? Just the thought of it made their scalps go numb. Of course, this was not the only thing that made them feel inexplicably shocked. After the gigantic puppet that was about 3 meters tall appeared in the distance, it actually raised its hand like a human and put away the 3 spatial rings and over 10 profundity fragments in the bloody mist that filled the sky. Subsequently, the puppet threw out the spatial rings and profundity fragments in its hand under the shocked and bewildered gazes of the crowd. The direction it threw them in was the direction where Duan Lingtian was standing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 spatial rings and over 10 profundity fragments flew through the air and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. When they got close to Duan Lingtian, they were casually put away by Duan Lingtian into his spatial ring. Upon seeing this scene, everyone present was speechless. I thought it was going to attack the sect leader with the spatial rings and profundity fragments. I didn't expect it to pass the spatial rings and profundity fragments to the sect leader. Can anyone tell me what's going on? How can a mere puppet possess such powerful strength? This doesn't make sense at all. I've never heard of such a powerful puppet on the Cloud Continent. Most importantly, this puppet seems to be obeying the sect leader's orders. Aren't puppets supposed to be activated by inscription formations? Once they're activated, they won't recognize anyone, right? Why is it obeying the sect leader's orders now? It's said that, a few months ago, the sect leader won a piece of mysterious silver in the auction, held by the Zhou clan's auction square in Ataraxia City. Mysterious silver? What's that? Mysterious silver is a special material that can be fused with inscription formations into a puppet's body to make the puppet obey orders. I see. As the group of Lingtian sect's elders and disciples discussed among themselves, they were not surprised by the puppet obeying the orders of their sect leader, Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian sect. However, at the same time that they were shocked from the bottom of their hearts that a puppet could possess such great power, they were also puzzled. None of them had ever heard of such a powerful puppet. This puppet is too powerful. It's so powerful that it's terrifying. I'm afraid the 2 vice sect leaders did not expect that they would end up like this even when they died. I reckon that they were killed by the sect master's puppet before they could even react. Many people sighed at the death of the Yu brothers. Luo Ping broke out in cold sweat from the shock. At this moment, she was extremely glad that she stood on the side of the Lingtian sect. Otherwise, she would definitely end up like the Yu brothers. She would not even know how she died. Hammer. Hammer is actually so powerful? Chen Xiaoshui, who was stunned for a long time, finally regained his senses. After he regained his senses, his face was filled with fear. He only realized it now. When Hammer attacked him previously, he was afraid that he had only used 30% of his strength at most. Otherwise, he would not have survived. Hammer's ability to instantly kill 2 level 8 martial monarch stage martial artists and a level 9 martial monarch stage martial artist made him realize this point clearly. I can't believe there's such a monster by the sect leader's side. Zhang San was dumbfounded. At this moment, apart from the others, even Gold Thug and Xiong Quan who were next to Duan Lingtian were shocked. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Xiong Quan, how did Master make this puppet? Gold Thug asked Xiong Quan through voice transmission. How am I supposed to know? I only know that Master has recently made a puppet, but I didn't expect it to be such a powerful puppet. Xiong Quan replied in annoyance. When he reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with shock. Even though Feng Tianwu's expression was as calm as before, but in the depths of her pair of beautiful autumn eyes, there seemed to be slight shock mixed within. It was obvious that she was shocked by the puppet's ability that Duan Lingtian had made. Give me the control of this puppet, and I'll consider letting them go, if you die. Just as everyone was shocked by Duan Lingtian's puppet, a cold voice resonated in the air and entered everyone's ears. Many people's expressions changed. At this moment, the person who spoke became the center of attention. The person who spoke was none other than Yang Chun. At the same time, he was also Emperor Wu's disciple. It was obvious that his words were directed at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, apart from being the biological brother of Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak from the Yin Yang sect, he seems to be Emperor Wu's disciple as well. At this moment, Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him. Emperor Wu's disciple? Upon hearing Chen Xiaoshui's words, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. After exclaiming in surprise, He began to re-examine the middle-aged man in front of him. Yang Chun. Duan Lingtian's surprise caused a smug expression to appear on Yang Chun's face as well. However, very soon, the smug expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy expression. All of this was because of Duan Lingtian's next sentence. As far as I know, many of Emperor Wu's disciples are not even known by Emperor Wu. These people use the name of Emperor Wu's disciples to fool people. But in reality, they're just the dogs of Emperor Wu's direct disciples. One had to admit that Duan Lingtian's words were incisive, and every word struck the heart. This could be seen from Yang Chun's gloomy expression. If I'm not mistaken, you're not Emperor Wu's direct disciple, right? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, it seemed like he had no intention of letting Yang Chun off the hook. If he was not Emperor Wu's direct disciple, then he must be an ordinary Emperor Wu's disciple. In Duan Lingtian's words, an ordinary Emperor Wu's direct disciple was just a dog that was ordered around by Emperor Wu's direct disciples. As someone who had merged with Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian naturally knew that the people under Emperor Wu's command on Cloud Continent were divided into direct disciples, ordinary disciples, and low-level followers. Duan Lingtian. Finally, Yang Chun could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He roared, "Today, not only am I going to kill you, but I'm going to annihilate your entire Lingtian sect." At this moment, Yang Chun, who was extremely enraged, seemed to have lost interest in the puppet, Hammer, that Duan Lingtian controlled. At this moment, he only wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. This person still dared to humiliate him after knowing his identity. What? You're angry because I hit the nail on the head? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider as he continued to provoke Yang Chun. It seemed like he was not afraid of Yang Chun, just because he was Emperor Wu's disciple. You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's provocation was like a fuse that completely ignited Yang Chun's anger. Chapter 1199. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, Yang Chun disappeared before most people's eyes. Of course, he did not really disappear, but his speed was so fast that it was difficult for people to catch the traces of his movements. However, although most people present could not see the traces of Yang Chun's movements, it did not mean that Duan Lingtian could not see them. However, even in the face of Yang Chun, who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian did not have much of a reaction. He stood on the spot, as if he was waiting for Yang Chun's attack to descend. Swoosh! Yang Chun's body moved like a ferocious tiger, descending from the mountain. He pounced at Duan Lingtian, baring his fangs and sharp claws. Swoosh! In his hand, the 3-foot-long sword suddenly expanded into a sword radiance that was several feet long. It whizzed out and aimed directly at Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to split Duan Lingtian into two. Boom! 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 At the same time that Yang Chun's body moved, a series of air explosions also attacked Duan Lingtian. As Yang Chun charged at Duan Lingtian with his sword, the sword radiance that was several feet long whizzed out. Just as it was about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, a huge figure stood in front of Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Swoosh! A pair of huge fists whizzed out like 2 cannonballs. They met the sword radiance that was whizzing towards them, and violently collided with it. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying loud sound reverberated. With the fist and sword as the center, the airflow in the air fluctuated like ripples in all directions. Wah! Wah wah! Many Lingtian sect disciples with low cultivations were shaken by the loud sound until they bled from their 7 orifices. There were even some who spat out mouthfuls of dazzling and eye-catching blood. At the same time, a raging wind swept out, causing the robes of the people present to flutter. The group of people who were not affected stared at the scene before them without blinking. In the nick of time, the huge figure that appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in time to protect Duan Lingtian and swung its fists to block Yang Chun's ferocious sword was the puppet that was 3 meters tall. Hammer, well done! Chen Xiaoshui shouted loudly when he saw the puppet and Yang Chun were in a deadlock, breaking the silence of the scene. Hammer, So it's called hammer. At this moment, everyone present Duan Lingtian's puppet. Swoosh. Swoosh. Soon, everyone's attention to the void above hammer and Yang Chun. The heaven and earth energy, heaven and earth phenomenon. First, 5 silhouettes of ancient black dragons, and 1,000 ancient horned dragons appeared above hammer's head. After that, 5 silhouettes of ancient black dragons, and 5,000 ancient horned dragons appeared above Yang Chun's head. Boom! Just as the heaven and earth phenomenon above hammer, and Yang Chun's heads condensed, another loud sound rang out. It was the sword ray that swept out from the grade 1 spirit sword in Yang Chun's hand, that suddenly soared and suppressed hammer's fists. Hammer was forced to take a few steps back from the pressure. Its huge body began to tremble violently because of this. The difference of the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons caused Hammer to be completely crushed. Yang Chun did not use his full strength when he swung his sword earlier. He only used the strength of 5 ancient black dragons, and it was blocked by Hammer in the end. He was instantly enraged. Being blocked by a puppet was undoubtedly a great humiliation to him. At this moment, he unleashed the 4th level monarch stage profundity that he did not use earlier. He unleashed his full strength, and unleashed the strength of 5 ancient black dragons, and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Just like that, the strength of the sword ray that shot out from the grade 1 spirit, sword in his hand easily suppressed Hammer's strength, and pushed him back. The strength of 5 ancient black dragons, and 1,000 ancient horned dragons? The sect leader's puppet is so powerful. No wonder it could kill 3 7th level martial monarchs in just a blink of an eye. It turns out that its strength is comparable to a 9th level martial monarch martial artist. It's even more powerful than most 9th level martial monarchs. This Yang Chun can actually unleash the strength of 5 ancient black dragons, and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. The sect leader's puppet is no match for him. A few months ago, the sect leader killed the leaders of the 4 major first-rate forces by himself. At that time, the strength that the sect leader displayed was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons, and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. It's only been a few months. Even if the sect leader's strength has improved, I'm afraid it'll only increase by 1,000 to 2,000 ancient horned dragons at most. If that's the case, the sect leader's strength is at most on par with his puppet? The group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples whispered among themselves. In the end, all of them turned pale with panic, as though a great disaster was about to befall them. At this moment, most of them did not think that their sect leader, Duan Lingtian, would be able to deal with Yang Chun, a martial monarch's disciple. According to Yang Chun, he planned to annihilate the entire Ling Tian sect today. Once their sect leader, Duan Lingtian, was defeated, the Ling Tian sect would be annihilated as well. They would all die in Yang Chun's hands, and be buried together with the Ling Tian sect. When they thought of this, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples were filled with despair. Many of them even had the intention to retreat. Soon after, when one of the Ling Tian sect's disciples was about to leave quietly, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples followed suit. It was as though they were avoiding the plague. However, these people were stopped by Luo Ping and Zhang San. Hand over your spatial rings, and you can leave. You're no longer Ling Tian sect's disciples. Luo Ping and Zhang San did not stop the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples who wanted to leave. However, they took their spatial rings. Their spatial rings contain the origin stones mined from the Ling Tian sect's estate, and the grade 1 spirit weapons, and grade 1 medicinal pills, refined by the Ling Tian sect's grade 1 weapons craftsmen, and grade 1 alchemists. These things were not allowed to be taken away. For a moment, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples hesitated. No matter what it is, it's not as important as my life. I don't want anything in this spatial ring. Soon after, one of the Ling Tian sect's disciples took the lead and handed over his spatial ring. After muttering to himself, he quickly left the Ling Tian peak and the Ling Tian sect. With someone taking the lead, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples quickly followed suit. Soon after, 1/3 of the people from the Ling Tian sect had left. Chen Xiaoshuai's expression was extremely grave as he said, "They're really fleeing in the face of disaster." In the distance, Yang Chen, who no longer pursued after forcing Chui to retreat, saw the scene of many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples leaving. However, he did not stop them. His thoughts were completely focused on the puppet that was 3 meters tall in front of him. This puppet actually possessed the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Although it was not as strong as him, it was still shocking for a puppet to possess such strength. If I can bring this puppet back and give it to Senior Brother Zhou, I'm sure Senior Brother Zhou will be very happy, Yang Chen thought to himself as his heart jolted. Although he was Emperor Wu's disciple, just like the purple-clad young man before him had said, even his nominal master, Emperor Wu Shiqi, might not know him. Usually, Emperor Wu's disciples like him would follow one of Emperor Wu's direct disciples and listen to their orders. The direct disciple he followed was Emperor Wu's direct disciple, who was ranked second among the 4 direct disciples of Emperor Wu. He was an extremely powerful powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage. Zhou Yi. It was said that Zhou Yi's strength was not inferior to the person who was ranked first among the 4 direct disciples of Emperor Wu. The 4 direct disciples were not ranked according to their strength. Instead, they were ranked according to the order they entered the sect. Zhou Yi was Emperor Wu's second disciple. He was also the disciple that Emperor Wu doted on the most. Yang Chen had always been proud of following Zhou Yi. When Yang Chen thought about the opportunity to please Senior Brother Zhou today, his heart was filled with excitement. However, he quickly calmed down. He knew it was almost impossible for the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, to hand over the control of the puppet. Although he could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian to avenge his brother, Yang Hong, for the sake of this extremely rare puppet before him that could please Senior Brother Zhou, he had to suppress his rage for the time being. Duan Ling Tian, you killed my brother Yang Hong. You'll definitely die today. However, do you really want so many people to die with you? Yang Chen asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. When he reached the end of his sentence, he swept his gaze across the others. His eyes gleamed with a ruthless luster, causing fear to rise from the bottom of many people's hearts. Some of the people with weaker mental fortitude were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang Chen calmly, as though Yang Chen's words did not affect him at all. Duan Ling Tian, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the control of this puppet. As long as I obtain the control of this puppet, I'll leave after I kill you. Yang Chen continued. To him, his target today was Duan Ling Tian. All he had to do was kill Duan Ling Tian. He did not care about the life and death of the others. Although this puppet of yours is powerful, as you saw earlier, it's far from being a match for me. Yang Chen reminded him patiently. Yang Chen's words caused a small portion of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples to look at Duan Ling Tian hopefully. They hoped that Duan Ling Tian would do as Yang Chen said. If that was the case, they might be able to escape this calamity. However, Duan Ling Tian's next words caused their expressions to change. They realized it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to do as Yang Chen said. Are you done? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly as he glanced at Yang Chen indifferently. Are you done? When Yang Chen heard Duan Ling Tian's casual words, his face turned completely gloomy. He threatened. Duan Ling Tian, since you're so stubborn, I'll kill the people from your Ling Tian sect one by one first. I'll kill you after they're all dead. I hope that when the time comes, you can still be as calm as you are now. Chapter 1200. As soon as Yang Chen's words left his mouth, many people's expressions changed. At the same time, Yang Chen did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply. His body flashed as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared before most people's eyes. He dashed towards his first target. His first target was none other than Feng Tianwu, who was by Duan Ling Tian's side. Whoosh! Yang Chen's speed was so fast that even Hammer, the puppet that was ordered by Duan Ling Tian to chase after Yang Chen, could not catch up to him. Its fists that were like cannonballs landed on empty air. I'll kill your woman first. After a short moment, Yang Chun arrived near Feng Tianwu. Origin energy skyrocketed from the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. A few types of profundities followed like shadows as they transformed into a sword ray that was several tens of feet long, that was pointed at Feng Tianwu. Although most of the people present could not see Yang Chun's movements, the sword ray that was flying towards Feng Tianwu was clearly reflected in their eyes. Coupled with Yang Chun's cold words, they knew that Yang Chun's first target was the red-clad lady by the side of their sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Feng Tianwu. This person was suspected to be the sect leader's wife. At this moment, many people's hearts were in their mouths. Could it be that this peerless beauty, who was devastatingly beautiful, was going to die here? Accompanied by Yang Chun's ferocious sword, a fierce gust of wind blew towards Feng Tianwu's face and swept her beautiful hair that fluttered in the wind. It added a hint of celestial aura to her, as though she was a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. In the blink of an eye, Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged, even though she was facing a life and death crisis. It was as though she was completely unaware of the impending danger. Of course, this did not mean that she was not afraid of death. Although she had lost her past memories, she once again had the motivation to live well during this period of time. That motivation was the man standing by her side. The reason why she could be so calm was entirely because she trusted this man almost blindly. Miss Tianwu, Gold Thug and Xiong Quan's expressions changed. Like most of the elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect, they felt that Duan Lingtian's ability was at most on par with the puppet hammer. They did not think that Duan Lingtian was stronger than Yang Chun. Idiot! A calm and indifferent voice rang out as the several zhang long sword ray arrived in front of Feng Tianwu in the blink of an eye. It was only inches away from Feng Tianwu. Boom! Immediately after, everyone heard a loud sound. The moment the loud sound spread out, the airflow in the air was compressed to the extreme, and then spread out, turning into a terrifying gale. The raging wind caused many people to close their eyes involuntarily. When they opened their eyes, they saw a scene that they would never forget. Heavens! What did they see? They saw a purple figure standing in front of Feng Tianwu, without them noticing. A layer of 5-colored light shield rose around his body. It was like a translucent cocoon that covered his entire body. In the face of Yang Chun's ferocious sword strike, the 5-colored light shield on his body only shook for a moment before it regained its calm. How's this possible? Horror dawned on Yang Chun's face. When he stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him, shock and disbelief filled his eyes. In fact, he had exerted all his strength in the sword strike earlier. It contained the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. This could be seen from the heaven and earth phenomenon that consolidated in the void above his head. However, even then his attack was still blocked. Moreover, it was blocked by the other party's defensive martial skill. Yang Chun was stunned. He was completely stunned. Yang Chun was not the only one who was dumbstruck. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, everyone else was also dumbstruck. The scene that unfolded before their eyes was completely beyond their imagination. In the beginning, when they saw Yang Chun's attack was blocked by Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, with his defensive martial skill, they only thought that Yang Chun had held back. However, when they saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above Yang Chun's head, realization dawned on them. As it turned out, Yang Chun had exerted all his strength in the sword strike earlier. Yang Chun's sword strike with all his strength was actually blocked by the sect leader's defensive martial skill? To be able to block Yang Chun's sword strike with all his strength, with a defensive martial skill. How powerful is the sect leader now? Isn't the sect leader's improvement too great? When he fought with the leaders of the 4 first-rate forces previously, he only exerted the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Perhaps the sect leader held back and did not exert all his strength previously. That should be the case. The leaders of the 4 first-rate forces are not qualified for the sect leader to exert all his strength. When the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples regained their senses, their eyes lit up. While they were glad that they had escaped the calamity, they were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength. At this moment, they only felt that their understanding of Duan Lingtian, the sect leader, was still too shallow. Otherwise, they would not have so little confidence in the sect leader. I wonder how powerful the sect leader is now. The heaven and earth phenomenon above the sect leader's head is going to take form soon. At that moment, many of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples were attracted by the heaven and earth energy that was swirling above Duan Lingtian's head. However, they were soon disappointed again. This was because the heaven and earth phenomenon had disappeared before it could take form. It was because the five-colored light shield that rose from Duan Lingtian's body disappeared. An extraordinary 3-foot-long sword stopped moving and landed steadily in his hand. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. As for the five-colored light shield, it was formed by the defensive martial skill, the 9 Dragons' protection. Earlier, he had relied on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to cast the heaven-rank advanced defensive martial skill that originated from the 9 Dragons' war sovereign technique. He had easily blocked Yang Chun's attack. His current strength was far from what Yang Chun could compare to. In the past few months, although he had slacked off on his cultivation base and fused profundity, he had been constantly comprehending the sword Tao that was contained in the word sword, that sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind in his mind. Due to this reason, his sword profundity had improved once again. Even Duan Lingtian was shocked by the improvement this time. He was so shocked that he could not react for a long time. Due to this reason, his strength had completely surpassed the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. This was also the reason why he was not afraid of Yang Chun. As someone who had merged with Emperor Wu's memory from the reincarnation, it was only natural that he could roughly estimate the strength of the ordinary disciples under Emperor Wu. Based on his speculation, he had overestimated Yang Chun. In my eyes, you're no different from your brother Yang Hong. Both of you are idiots. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he stared at Yang Chun with his cold eyes. Idiot. When Yang Chun heard Duan Lingtian calling him an idiot for the 3rd time, his body trembled. His face was filled with shame and anger, but he did not do anything in the end. Although he did not know exactly how strong Duan Lingtian was, he had no idea how strong he was. However, the scene earlier told him that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. He knew that Duan Lingtian was much stronger than him. Although he could not figure out how a leader from a low-level first-rate force could be so strong, it was true that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it would only take a blink of an eye for him to kill him. What? Didn't you say that you're going to kill everyone around me one by one? Why aren't you doing it? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Chun in disdain and urged him. Yang Chun's face turned green and pale. Duan Lingtian, don't be so full of yourself. There are many people in this world who can cure you. Yang Chun sneered in anger. Perhaps there are many people in this world who can cure me. However, I don't think that includes you. Duan Lingtian said sarcastically. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly, as though he was about to devour someone. At the same time, a wave of killing intent began to surge out of his body. It was a terrifying killing intent. Run! Yang Chun, who felt the killing intent emitted from Duan Lingtian's body, only had this thought in his mind. With a flash of his body, he disappeared before most of the people's eyes. Trying to escape? When many people were shocked by Yang Chun's sudden disappearance, another voice entered their ears. It was the voice of Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian sect. Subsequently, they realized that Duan Lingtian had disappeared as well. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian appeared in the distance. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of him as well. It was none other than Yang Chun. A disciple of the great emperor Wu actually fled in front of the sect leader. Many of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples had a strange expression on their faces. Don't forget, this Yang Chun is just an ordinary disciple under Emperor Wu. Perhaps even Emperor Wu doesn't know him. According to the sect leader, a disciple of Emperor Wu like him is just a dog of Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Someone said, "Do you think you have the ability to escape from me?" Duan Lingtian stared at Yang Chun with a hint of disdain and contempt at the corner of his mouth. Duan Lingtian, I admit that I'm not as good as you. However, you better think this through. You'll have to pay a huge price if you kill me. Yang Chun took a deep breath. While fear could be seen in his eyes, he did not forget to threaten Duan Lingtian. Price? Duan Lingtian laughed. Could it be that you think that Emperor Wu would avenge you just because you carry the title of Emperor Wu's disciple? I reckon even if he saw you, he wouldn't be able to recognize you. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with mockery. You don't have the qualifications to make Lord Stone Emperor make a move. Any personal disciple under the Rock Emperor's command is enough to easily kill you. Yang Chun sneered. At the same time his eyes flashed. With a raise of his hand, a ray of light shot out. *T. When Duan Lingtian, who had been observing Yang Chun, saw Yang Chun's actions, his expression changed drastically, and he wanted to chase after the ray of light. However, he soon noticed that the ray of light had vanished before his eyes in the blink of an eye. Its speed was so fast that it was far from what he could do now. Communication jade slip. Duan Lingtian's face was ashen. As someone who had fused with the lifetime of inscription memories of Emperor Wu, he could tell that the communication jade slip that Yang Chun had just shot out was made by an inscription master of Emperor Wu's level. The speed was so fast that he was unable to catch up. I was careless. Chapter 1201. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to kill me, you won't be able to live either. Yang Chun laughed heartily when he saw Duan Lingtian's grave expression. His eyes were filled with disdain, as though he was certain that Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill him. However, did Duan Lingtian really not dare to kill him? Soon he got his answer. Idiot! As Duan Lingtian spat out the two words nonchalantly again, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword trembled all of a sudden, as he lifted his hand and charged toward Yang Chun. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Before the smile on Yang Chun's face disappeared completely, the 5-colored sword gleam that surged out of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand transformed into 9 5-colored divine dragons in just a blink of an eye. A gleam flashed in the eyes of the 9-headed divine dragons, and 18 ultimate radiant flashes shot out. Before Yang Chun could react, they pierced through all of his vital points all over his body. In just a blink of an eye, Yang Chun was killed by Duan Lingtian. The almighty disciple of Emperor Wu died just like that. When Yang Chun was killed, he still had a smug smile on his face, because he thought Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill him. That was also the last smile he would ever have in his life. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Although Duan Lingtian had displayed a strength that was much more powerful than Yang Chun, most of the people present did not think that Duan Lingtian would dare to kill Yang Chun. After all, Yang Chun was Emperor Wu's disciple no matter what. However, the result was out of everyone's expectations. Duan Lingtian killed Yang Chun, Emperor Wu's disciple from Lost Stone Forest, without any hesitation. All Lingtian sect's elders and disciples, listen to my order. At this moment, Luo Ping and Zhang San, who seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, looked at the surrounding Lingtian sect's elders and disciples, and shouted in unison. In an instant, all the Lingtian sect elders and disciples turned to look at the two of them. Next, all of you must swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that you will not speak of what happened today. Those who do not swear will be killed on the spot. Zhang San slowly opened his mouth. His tone was cold and indifferent, and it was filled with killing intent. For a moment, many of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples' complexion changed greatly. Their bodies trembled for no reason, but they quickly regained their composure. They naturally guessed the intentions of the two vice sect masters. He was worried that they would spread the news that the sect leader had killed Emperor Wu's disciple, which would bring disaster to the Lingtian sect. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang San and Luo Ping, then sighed. Due to the fact that the communication jade slip that Yang Chun threw out was too fast, the two 7th-level martial monarchs, Zhang San and Luo Ping, did not notice it. Otherwise, they would not have been so eager to make the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples swear. It's impossible for the communication jade slip that Yang Chun threw out to attract Emperor Wu. The biggest possibility is that he's Emperor Wu's direct disciple. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a great pressure. Emperor Wu's direct disciple was not something Emperor Wu's disciple could compare to. Every Emperor Wu's direct disciple was either a genius martial artist who could be considered monstrous in the entire Cloud continent, or a powerhouse who was at the peak of the martial monarch stage, who had 1 foot in the Emperor Wu stage. Although I've comprehended the first-level Emperor stage sword profundity and unleashed my full strength, it's equivalent to the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, compared to Emperor Wu's direct disciples, I don't have any advantage at all. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian knew how terrifying Emperor Wu's direct disciples were. The reincarnation Emperor Wu had gone through 2 lifetimes and had taken in a few powerful direct disciples. Any one of them was more powerful than him. Moreover, there were even some who could exert a strength that was comparable to the strength of 7 ancient black dragons or more. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. It was so oppressive that he felt a little suffocated. I'll depart tomorrow to retrieve the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Many of the royal grade pills he left behind can help a martial monarch powerhouse raise their cultivation base. Coupled with the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill that's accumulated in my body, my cultivation base should be able to raise rapidly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely certain. Tomorrow, they would set off for the place where the rebirth martial emperor stored his great treasure. They would retrieve the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. This time, Duan Lingtian planned to depart alone. He did not even plan to bring Feng Tianwu, Gold Thug, and Xiong Quan because he wanted to rush back as soon as possible. Who knew if Emperor Wu's direct disciples who received the communication jade slip that Yang Chun sent out would really come? He had no choice but to prepare himself for the coming storm. That night, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed. A jade box appeared in his hand out of thin air. The jade box looked extremely exquisite. It was left behind by Duan Lingtian's cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. At that time, Duan Rufeng had left him a total of 3 powerful talismans and this exquisite jade box. Now the 3 talismans had long been used. Only this exquisite jade box was left. I wonder if I'll be able to open it now. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He exerted force with both hands, intending to open the exquisite jade box in his hand. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head. However, Duan Lingtian soon discovered that even if he took out his quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed his full strength, that was equivalent to 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons, he still could not open the exquisite jade box in his hand. What's my cheapskate father trying to do? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. With his current strength, he could at least be ranked in the middle among the powerhouses, who were at the peak of the martial monarch stage. However, he could not even open a small box at that moment. At that moment, the exquisite jade box became even more mysterious in Duan Lingtian's eyes. I'm afraid this exquisite jade box does not only contain my cheapskate father's whereabouts. It's highly possible that there are other things in it as well. Perhaps it's something more precious than the 3 talismans. Or perhaps it's a huge stack of talismans? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In the end, his eyes were as bright as the stars. It was as though he could see himself holding a huge stack of talismans and randomly throwing them around to kill a group of powerhouses at the peak of the martial monarch stage. Naturally, for now, all of this was Duan Lingtian's dream. This was because Duan Lingtian had no idea what was in the exquisite jade box. He could only make wild guesses. Since he could not open the exquisite jade box, Duan Lingtian did not continue to be in a stalemate with it. He put it back into his spatial ring and focused on his cultivation. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon form. While he was cultivating, Duan Lingtian did not forget to comprehend the fuse profundity and the sword profundity. Currently, Duan Lingtian's strength was equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons. All of them came from the fuse profundity and the sword profundity that he had comprehended. The second level fuse profundity was equivalent to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons. The first level emperor stage sword profundity was equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. When the two were added together, it was equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons. Even if Duan Lingtian used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed his full strength, it would only be equivalent to the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. This was because his cultivation base was too weak compared to the 2 profundities that he had comprehended. The 4th level martial monarch stage was already considered a high cultivation base. However, it seemed so weak and powerless in front of the 2 profundities that Duan Lingtian had comprehended and mastered. If people knew the composition of Duan Lingtian's strength, they would definitely be shocked. He possessed the profundity that Emperor Wu had comprehended, but his cultivation base was only at the 4th level martial monarch stage. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. It was hard to imagine that the same person would possess the same cultivation base. However, this phenomenon had indeed happened to Duan Lingtian. That sword Saint Feng Qingyang is really a god. I've only comprehended 20% of the sword Dao comprehension that he left behind in the word sword in my mind, and he's already able to transform the sword profundity to the emperor stage profundity. If I were to comprehend all the sword Dao comprehension in my mind, wouldn't I be able to comprehend the 9th level emperor stage sword profundity? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart could not help but tremble. He felt that the person who left behind the word sword, who called himself the sword saint, was really unfathomable. The sword Dao comprehension that I've accumulated in my mind is only the tip of the iceberg of the sword Dao comprehension in the word sword. If I can completely comprehend the word sword, I wonder what level my sword profundity will be raised to. One thing I'm certain of is that the sword profundity at that time will definitely surpass the 9th level emperor stage sword profundity. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's mind had calmed down again. He quietly cultivated the 9th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the divine dragon form, and comprehended the 2 profundities. His cultivation base was increasing at a speed that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Naturally, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the increase in his cultivation base was still too slow. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian left Lingtian Peak and the Lingtian sect without alerting anyone. He made his way to the place where the great treasure was stored in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Naturally, he did not leave without saying goodbye. Yesterday, he had already told Feng Tianwu that he was leaving. Moreover, he had also passed the control of the puppet, Hammer, to Feng Tianwu. During the time that he was leaving the Lingtian sect, the puppet, Hammer, would guard the sect. With Hammer's strength, it was easy for it to guard a first-rate force. Unless it encountered a martial monarch powerhouse like Yang Chun again, it would not feel any pressure at all. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried when he left. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's speed was driven by his own strength. He even used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. His speed was extremely fast. The journey that was supposed to take him a month only took him slightly more than 20 days. Chapter 1202. West of the inner land Lost Stone Forest. A black figure appeared out of thin air in front of a stone house. It was a tall young man dressed in black. He stood there as though he was one with the heaven and earth. Suddenly, the black-clad young man raised his hand and caught a streak of light that was shooting toward him. When he opened his hand slowly, a deep-colored jade slip appeared in his hand. It was a communication jade slip. As the black-clad young man channeled a trace of origin energy into the communication jade slip, An anxious and familiar voice entered his ears clearly. Senior brother Zhou, if I didn't make it back, I would have been killed by the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, Duan Ling Tian. If I die, I hope you can avenge me on account of the fact that I've worked hard for you all these years. The voice stopped abruptly at this point. This black-clad young man was Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, in Lost Stone Forest. His master was Emperor Wu Shiqi, and he was Emperor Wu's favorite disciple. His strength could be considered as one of the best among the direct disciples under Emperor Wu's command. Duan Ling Tian, Zhou Yi muttered indifferently. Zhou Yi muttered with an expressionless face. He tightened his grip on the communication jade slip and crushed it into pieces. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing Zhou Yi's black clothes to flutter. The communication jade slip in his hand turned into powder and disappeared into the air with Feng Qingyang in just a blink of an eye. Zhou Yi's expression remained calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though Yang Chun's life and death had no effect on him at all. However, a hint of coldness flashed in the depth of his eyes. At the same time, on the other side of the inner land, Duan Ling Tian finally arrived near his destination by following the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. His destination was the place where the reincarnation Emperor Wu left behind the great treasure during his second lifetime. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the spatial ring that contains the great treasure he left behind is in that mountain range. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly landed in the distance. There was a mountain range in front of his eyes. The mountain range was lush and green. It was enough to show that the environment for flowers and trees to grow was good. After 10,000 years, this mountain range would have more or less changed. I'm afraid it'll take some effort to find the place where the reincarnation Emperor Wu hid the spatial ring. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Regarding this, he had already mentally prepared himself. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he shot toward the mountain range in front of him. Soon after, he arrived in the sky above the mountain range. Boom! 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 When Duan Lingtian arrived above the mountain range, he suddenly heard a series of loud noises coming from the depths of the mountain range. These loud noises caused the nearby mountains to shake violently. For a moment, countless birds flew from the place where the sound came from. The emerald green forest in that area swayed, as if it was experiencing the baptism of a violent storm. Someone's fighting? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. At the same time, he moved closer out of curiosity. The closer he got, the louder the sound became. It was deafening. Whoosh! 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 As soon as he moved closer, Duan Lingtian felt a gust of strong wind blowing toward him. It caused his purple robe to flutter. He squinted his eyes instinctively. It seems like two powerhouses above the 7th-level martial monarch stage are fighting. Duan Lingtian pondered as he continued to move toward the source of the sound. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw two figures fighting in a spacious canyon. It was a 2-meter-tall burly man fighting with a white-haired old man. Whoosh! 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 The burly man held a pair of meteor hammers in his hands. When he moved, the meteor hammers shot out like two cannonballs toward the old man. He did not show any mercy. Wherever the meteor hammers passed, the airflow was compressed and set off a series of thunderous explosions. As a result, a raging gale was born and spread in all directions. Clang! 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 On the other hand, the old man held a walking stick in both hands. He was not afraid of the meteor hammers in the burly man's hands. He blocked them again and again. Both the meteor hammers in the burly man's hands and the walking stick in the old man's hands were grade 1 spirit weapons. The two of them exchanged blows, and in addition to the fact that the two of them had similar strength, they were evenly matched for a while, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Old man, I was the one who found the 10,000-year red fruit first. Don't you think it's a little too much for you to interfere? The burly man said in a deep voice as he swung the meteor hammers in his hands. Big guy, since you haven't had the time to pick it, it naturally doesn't belong to you. A heavenly treasure like the 10,000-year vermilion fruit should belong to those who are capable. The old man's walking stick shot out at lightning speed and blocked the meteor hammers in the burly man's hands that were shooting out like meteors. At the same time, he said without giving in, "What a good belong to the capable. In that case, I'll kill you, you shameless old man, today before I pick the 10,000-year red fruit." The burly man roared as the muscles on his body bulged. He seemed to have expanded a little. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, the pair of meteor hammers in his hands suddenly shook and turned into a sky full of hammer shadows that fell toward the old man like a meteor shower. "Let's see if you have the ability to do so." The old man smiled disdainfully. The gray robe on his body swelled, and the walking stick in his hand shone brightly. He waved it in the air, as though it formed a defensive barrier in front of him and above his head. Boom, 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 boom. The sky full of hammer shadows fell like a meteor shower mercilessly on the defensive barrier formed by the old man's dancing walking stick, causing the old man to retreat. Both of their strengths were about the same. Now that the burly man had the upper hand, he had the upper hand. However, the old man was not easy to deal with. He took advantage of the situation to resolve the crisis. As the two of them fought, the sound of air exploding was endless. The rolling air waves turned into gusts of wind that uprooted all the flowers and trees around them. With the two of them as the center, a large area was turned into a barren land in just a blink of an eye. The two of them, who were engaged in an intense battle, did not notice that as the flowers and trees around them were uprooted, a figure appeared in the sky. The owner of the figure was naturally Duan Lingtian, who had been attracted by the commotion caused by the two of them fighting. 10,000-year red fruit. Duan Lingtian heard the conversation between the two of them. His eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. He had seen records of the 10,000-year red fruit in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. The 10,000-year red fruit was an extremely precious spirit fruit. On Cloud Continent, it was also known as the King of Spirit Fruits. In Cloud Continent, the reason why it was difficult for martial artists above the martial monarch stage to increase their cultivation base by consuming spirit fruits was because the spirit fruits on Cloud Continent had the strongest medicinal effect only for void transformation martial artists. There was no effect on martial monarch powerhouses if they consumed spirit fruits. Of course, there was no effect if they were consumed directly. If it was a grade 1 pill refined by a grade 1 alchemist, using a large number of different spirit fruits, it could help a martial artist above the martial monarch stage to improve their cultivation base to a certain extent. However, although it could improve their cultivation base, the improvement was not as exaggerated as when a martial artist below the martial monarch stage consumed spirit fruits. However, as the King of Spirit Fruits, the 10,000-year red fruit's medicinal efficacy was far superior to ordinary spirit fruits. Even if a martial monarch stage martial artist consumed it, it could greatly improve their cultivation base. A 10,000-year red fruit and some precious medicinal herbs can refine a cauldron of profound monarch pills. If I refine a cauldron of profound monarch pills myself, I can refine 10 pills. The medicinal efficacy of 3 profound monarch pills is comparable to the medicinal efficacy of a 10,000-year red fruit. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian would not consume the 10,000-year red fruit directly even if he obtained it. He would combine it with other medicinal herbs to refine the profound monarch pills. Since they're fighting here, I think the 10,000-year red fruit must be nearby. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he began to search the surroundings for the 10,000-year red fruit. However, after searching for a while, he still could not find anything. Bang! Just at this moment a loud sound was heard. It was as if the earth was breaking apart, and the sky was shaking. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. He saw the old man, who was at a disadvantage against the burly man's pair of meteor hammers, launched a powerful counterattack. The crutch in his hand landed on the burly man's body and sent him flying. Boom! The burly man's body slammed hard against the mountain wall beside him before he fell to the ground. He no longer made any sound. He was dead. I'll let him bring me to it then. When Duan Lingtian saw the old man keeping the burly man's spatial ring and profundity fragment, he locked his gaze on the old man. He believed the old man would go to look for the 10,000-year red fruit next. All he had to do was follow the old man closely. When Duan Lingtian saw the old man's next move, he could not help but be stunned. The old man rose into the air and flew to the other side of the mountain range. Looks like the 10,000-year red fruit isn't here. To think that I was searching here earlier. Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly and followed the old man. Duan Lingtian's movements were extremely light, and he was very far away. Therefore, the old man did not notice him from the beginning until the end. He only cared about himself as he entered the canyon on the other side of the mountain range. This canyon was extremely narrow and humid. However, in this narrow canyon, in a corner of the forest where the sun could not be seen, there was a plant that stood proudly. There was a spirit fruit that was so red it was almost purple on the plant. The 10,000-year red fruit is mine. The old man's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and wanted to take the spirit fruit for himself. However, just as he was about to reach out to pluck the 10,000-year red fruit, he felt a strange wind blowing from the side of his body, causing his expression to change drastically. Chapter 1203. It really is the 10,000-year red fruit. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the spirit fruit that was so red it was almost purple. His voice was filled with excitement. Although the burly man and the old man had mentioned the 10,000-year red fruit when they were fighting, he did not see it with his own eyes. Therefore, he was not sure if the burly man and the old man had made a mistake. Now that he looked at the spirit fruit in front of him, he was certain. The spirit fruit in front of him was indeed the 10,000-year red fruit. This was because it was exactly the same as the 10,000-year red fruit in the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian knew that the 10,000-year red fruit was the first 10,000-year red fruit. In his first life, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had also obtained a 10,000-year red fruit that was almost identical to the one in front of him. Therefore, he was certain that the spirit fruit in his hand was the 10,000-year red fruit. Duan Lingtian's voice clearly entered the old man's ears. The old man's expression changed again as he shouted, "Who's there?" As he shouted, the old man quickly turned around and retreated as fast as he could. It was as though he was afraid that the person behind him would attack him. After a while, he finally saw the person standing behind him. It was a handsome purple-clad young man, who looked like he was about 25 years old. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he had an elegant demeanor. "Who are you?" the old man asked in a deep voice, as he looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him. Naturally, the person the old man was staring at was Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and glanced at the old man indifferently. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I want this 10,000-year red fruit." As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. "I found it," the old man said in a deep voice. Although he did not know how powerful the purple-clad young man was, he could tell that his cultivation base was not ordinary based on the speed he had displayed earlier. If it was not necessary, he did not want to provoke him. However, the 10,000-year red fruit meant a lot to him. If he consumed it, he might be able to break through from the 8th level martial monarch stage to the 9th level martial monarch stage. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not easily give up on the 10,000-year red fruit. "You found it." Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "If I remember correctly, this 10,000-year red fruit was found by that big guy first, right? Before you killed him, didn't you say that the most capable wins?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the old man meaningfully and said, "If you have any objections, I don't mind you challenging me. If you can defeat me, I'll return the 10,000-year red fruit to you. What do you think? Only the strong can get it." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, The old man's face became increasingly gloomy. He only felt that he had shot himself in the foot. At this moment, he finally realized that Duan Lingtian's appearance was not a coincidence. Perhaps, as early as when he was fighting with that big guy, the other party was already hiding in the dark. Otherwise, how could the other party know what he said at that time? Duan Lingtian's last sentence made the old man even more fearful. Since Duan Lingtian dared to say such a thing, it meant that he was very confident in his strength. At this moment, the old man had the intention to retreat. However, the thought of retreating was quickly suppressed by the greed that rose in the depths of his heart. No, I can't give up on the 10,000-year red fruit just like that. The existence of the 10,000-year red fruit made the old man unwilling to leave. Whoosh! Moreover, as he muttered to himself, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. He lifted his hand and a grade 1 spirit weapon, a walking stick, appeared in his hand. He immediately charged toward Duan Lingtian. He attacked with all his might and showed no mercy. It was as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in one hit. However, he returned as quickly as he attacked. Just as the old man took out his grade 1 spirit weapon walking stick and charged toward Duan Lingtian with all his might, not only did Duan Lingtian not dodge, but he also took a step forward. Before the old man's walking stick could touch him, he struck out with his palm. It landed on the old man's chest, as though he had the help of God. A loud bang was heard. Subsequently, the old man was sent flying like an arrow and slammed hard into the mountain wall. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Duan Lingtian had held back. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's strength, killing him would have been a piece of cake. A mere 8th-level martial monarch martial artist was nothing in Duan Lingtian's eyes. The old man caught his breath and immediately took out a healing pill to consume. After he had recovered a little, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby in fear. In the next moment, he immediately fled without saying a word. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he realized Duan Lingtian did not chase after him. When he left, the old man could feel his back drenched in cold sweat. It was the first time in his life that he felt so close to death. He did not want to experience that feeling of suffocation again in his life. As for the 10,000-year red fruit, he had long forgotten about it. He did not dare to lay his hands on it anymore. Just like that, the 10,000-year red fruit was in Duan Lingtian's possession. When I return, I'll ask Luo Ping to prepare the other herbs. Once I've gathered all the herbs, I'll be able to refine a cauldron of profound monarch pills with this 10,000-year red fruit. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. After a while, he regained his senses and put the 10,000-year red fruit into his spatial ring, as though it was a treasure. Looks like I'm quite lucky. I've obtained a 10,000-year red fruit before I even found the great treasure left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Now it's time for me to look for the great treasure left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. Following that, Duan Lingtian began to search the mountain range based on reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories from 10,000 years ago. He wanted to find the spatial ring left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. During reincarnation Emperor Wu's second reincarnation, he had stored all the rare treasures he had prepared for his third reincarnation in the spatial ring. Now Duan Lingtian wanted to obtain the spatial ring. After all, obtaining the spatial ring was equivalent to obtaining the great treasure left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. Where is it? After searching for a day and a night, Duan Lingtian still did not find anything. After 10,000 years, the mountain range had more or less undergone some changes. Therefore, it was not easy for Duan Lingtian to find the spatial ring left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. It would take him some time. Finally, after 3 days and 3 nights, Duan Lingtian successfully found the spatial ring left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. The spatial ring was buried deep underground. If it was not for Duan Lingtian's sharp spiritual energy, he would not have discovered it. Drip! Duan Lingtian pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the ancient spatial ring that had just been unearthed. He dripped his blood on it to claim ownership of the spatial ring. At this time, Duan Lingtian also gained control of the spatial ring. With just a thought, he could see everything in the spatial ring. The spatial ring was shockingly spacious. As expected of a royal-grade spirit weapon, refined by reincarnation Emperor Wu. It's so spacious. The spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand was so spacious that it was comparable to a spacious mansion. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was soon attracted by something else. There were all kinds of rare treasures piled up like a mountain in the spacious spatial ring. Duan Lingtian was dazzled by the sight. He could not react for a long time. These were the great treasures left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. From now on, they belonged to him alone. Gasp! After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed down and began to count the various rare treasures in the spatial ring. He was completely engrossed in it. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, his heart still beat faster when he saw so many treasures. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lingtian sect, Lingtian peak. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. A figure appeared in the sky above Lingtian peak. It was a black figure. It was a tall young man dressed in black. The young man was handsome. There was a majestic aura between his brows. He seemed to have merged with heaven and earth as he stood there. It was obvious that he was not a simple person. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, the black-clad young man's lips moved slightly as he spoke. His voice was not loud, but it contained origin energy. It spread to every corner of Lingtian peak. Who's calling the sect leader? The voice seems to be from the peak. At once, the entire Lingtian sect was in an uproar. Many elders and disciples of Lingtian sect even stepped into the air and flew to the peak. Luo Ping and Zhang San, the deputy sect leaders of Lingtian sect, appeared soon after. Feng Tianwu, Gold Thug, and Xiong Quan appeared as well. Xiong Quan, who do you think it is? Gold Thug asked Xiong Quan through voice transmission. How would I know? Xiong Quan rolled his eyes at Gold Thug and muttered. Someone came looking for young master before he returned. I wonder if he's a friend or foe. Not long after, almost all of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples on Lingtian Peak, who were not in closed-door cultivation, or had not left the sect had arrived at the peak of Lingtian Peak. When they arrived at the peak, they looked at the black-clad young man in the distance and pointed at him. Was he the one who called the sect leader's name earlier? Seems like it. Many of the Lingtian sect's disciples sized up the black-clad young man. Who are you? Why are you looking for our sect leader? Luo Ping looked at the black-clad young man and asked in a deep voice. Unfortunately, the black-clad young man ignored Luo Ping. Instead, he looked at the group of Lingtian sect's elders and disciples and asked loudly, Did Duan Lingtian kill Emperor Wu's disciple, Yang Chun, from Lost Stone Forest? The black-clad young man's question was so sudden that the people present did not react immediately. Occasionally, some of them reacted first, but their expressions changed immediately. Although nobody admitted it, the expressions of many of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples showed that they agreed. Very good, very good. Chapter 1204. Which one of you is the Duan Lingtian sect? The black-clad young man asked calmly as he looked at the crowd before him. At this moment, the expressions of the people from the Lingtian sect turned grave. Based on the black-clad young man's question, it was obvious he was here for Emperor Wu's disciple Yang Chun. Moreover, he was here to avenge Yang Chun. Even Emperor Wu's disciple, Yang Chun, was killed by the sect leader. If this person is also Emperor Wu's disciple like Yang Chun, I don't think he would dare to barge into our Lingtian sect alone. Since this person dares to barge into our Lingtian sect alone, he must be confident in his strength. At the very least, he's stronger than Yang Chun. Many of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples discussed among themselves. Suddenly, one of the Lingtian sect's elders spoke. His words caused the scene to fall into a dead silence. His strength is stronger than Yang Chun, and he's here for Yang Chun. Don't tell me this person is Emperor Wu's direct disciple? Emperor Wu's direct disciple? the most powerful person under Emperor Wu's command. He was someone who could frequently meet Emperor Wu and receive guidance from Emperor Wu. Such an existence was unreachable to everyone present. They had to look up to him with a humble attitude. "You're smart to be able to guess my identity." The black-clad young man looked at the Ling Tian sect's elder and said nonchalantly, "That's right. I'm Emperor Wu's direct disciple. My master is Shi Qi, the Emperor Wu of Lost Stone Forest. As for Yang Chun, he's just a disciple of Emperor Wu who runs errands for me." Boom! The black-clad young man's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck everyone present. It caused horror to appear on most of their faces. They had guessed earlier that the black-clad young man before them might be Emperor Wu's direct disciple. However, the fact that the black-clad young man had admitted it gave them a different feeling. After all, if it was just a guess, it might not be true. However, now, Emperor Wu's direct disciple? Is he really Emperor Wu's direct disciple? That should be it. According to him, even Yang Chun was his errand boy. I just didn't expect that he would come to our Ling Tian sect for an errand boy. As the saying goes, before you beat a dog, you have to look at its master. He probably felt that his dignity was being challenged. The expressions of the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples changed. When they looked around again, there was only fear and dread in their eyes. "Duan Ling Tian, I'll give you the time of 3 breaths. If you don't come out, I'll annihilate your entire Ling Tian sect." The tone of the young man in black was still calm, but when it fell into the ears of everyone present, it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, causing them to be unable to breathe. "Our sect master left the sect 2 months ago, and has yet to return," Zhang San said with an ugly expression. It did not cross his mind that the young man in black before him was Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Such a person could completely annihilate their entire Ling Tian sect on his own. Even if their sect master was here, he did not doubt that the young man could annihilate Ling Tian sect, let alone their sect master. Almost all of Emperor Wu's direct disciples were at the peak of the martial monarch stage. An ordinary martial monarch powerhouse could not be compared to them. Although their sect master was powerful, he might not be a match for the young man. That's right. At this moment, Luo Ping chimed in and cooperated with Zhang San. It was as though she was afraid that this Emperor Wu's direct disciple would not believe her. Luo Ping's eyes were filled with dread as well. Left, the young man in black narrowed his eyes imperceptibly before he opened them again in just a blink of an eye. Then he looked around and said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, I'll give all of you 2 options. Either you send someone who can speak and die on behalf of Duan Ling Tian, or I'll annihilate Ling Tian sect, and all of you will die together." As far as he was concerned, this trip was just to fight for his own pride. He did not care if the person who died was Duan Ling Tian, or someone else that Duan Ling Tian cared about. Although he did not care about Yang Chun's life or death, Yang Chun had been working for him for many years. One had to look at the master before beating a dog. He had to do something about this matter. Whoosh! The moment the words left the young man's mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It caused everyone, including Zhang San and Luo Ping, to change their expressions. However, nobody stepped forward. Even the 2 vice sect masters, Zhang San and Luo Ping, had no intention of stepping forward. What a joke! If they stepped forward, only death would await them. Although dying on behalf of the sect master would save the lives of everyone in Ling Tian sect, how could the lives of others compare to their own? What should we do? What should we do? Many of the elders and disciples of Ling Tian sect panicked. Who's willing to sacrifice on behalf of the sect master? Sacrifice him to save the entire sect. We'll remember him. Nonsense. Why don't you step forward and we'll remember you? I. The group of elders and disciples of Ling Tian sect had ugly expressions. They looked at each other, but in the end, no one was willing to step forward. Looks like all of you value your lives. The young man in black looked at the scene before him and said with a mocking smile, "If that's the case, I'll send all of you to hell." Then, the young man in black raised his hand, and a terrifying aura began to emerge from his body. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. It caused many of the Ling Tian sect disciples with low cultivation to change their expressions and despair to appear on their faces. Was this the power of Emperor Wu's direct disciple? You said that as long as someone steps forward, you'll let them go? At this moment, a calm voice that contained coldness and a woman's voice resonated from afar and interrupted the young man in black. Then, a fiery red figure appeared before everyone's eyes like a fire spirit. She stood there and confronted the young man in black. Miss Tian Wu, let me replace young master. At the same time, two figures came from afar. One of them was a middle-aged man who was looking at the red-clad lady, who had just appeared with a serious expression. His sect is my sect, said Qin Wentian. The red-clad lady, who had just appeared, was none other than Feng Tianwu. After she appeared, she stared at the young man in black with a cold expression. When she heard Xiong Quan, who had just rushed over, she replied indifferently, as though everything she was doing now was natural. What a beautiful woman! When Feng Tianwu appeared, the young man in black's eyes were completely attracted to her. He had seen many beautiful women in his life, but most of them were only beautiful on the outside. It was his first time seeing a woman with such a peerless appearance and extraordinary temperament like this red-clad lady before him. Ever since he was born, his heart, which had always been obsessed with the cultivation of martial arts, suddenly trembled. He was tempted. Miss Tian Wu. Xiong Quan's expression changed drastically when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. How was he going to explain to young master if something happened to Miss Tian Wu? Kill me and let the others go. Xiong Quan took a deep breath and appeared in front of Feng Tianwu in just a blink of an eye. He shielded Feng Tianwu behind him. Whoosh! As soon as Xiong Quan stood still, a gust of wind whistled. A figure appeared next to Xiong Quan and shielded Feng Tianwu behind him. It was Gold Thug. Gold Thug, you! Xiong Quan was stunned when he saw Gold Thug was willing to sacrifice his life to protect Feng Tianwu. In his opinion, he had followed his young master for many years. It was only natural that he was willing to sacrifice his life for his young master. However, Gold Thug was different. He had only followed his young master for a short period of time. What? Do you find it unbelievable? The Gold Thug smiled faintly. There was a hint of respect in his eyes. From the moment master helped us take revenge, I've given my life to master. I, Gold Thug, have no regrets even if I die for master. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay by master's side in the future. Gold Thug sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Whether it was Feng Tianwu, Gold Thug, or Xiong Quan, they stood in front of the black-clad young man without hesitation, protecting all of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples. For a time, many people's faces turned red, and they felt so ashamed that they couldn't show their faces. I, Zhang San, am also willing to pay with my life on behalf of the sect leader. Soon after, Zhang San's expression changed drastically. He flew out and stood next to Xiong Quan and Gold Thug. His gaze landed on the black-clad young man. In his opinion, since he came to the Ling Tian sect, he was highly valued by the sect leader. He had even received many benefits from the sect leader. If he did not stand up now, he would be a fool. Although he did not stand up earlier, there was no doubt that he felt guilty. Whoosh! Another sound of wind whistling reverberated. Luo Ping had also stood up. At once, Zhang San and Luo Ping, the two vice-sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, received the respect of all of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples. They used their actions to prove that they were worthy of their position as vice-sect leaders. Your lowly lives are not enough to die on behalf of Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a scene that was out of everyone's expectations appeared. The black-clad young man raised his hand, and a vast wind swept out. In just a blink of an eye, it swept the four people standing in front of Feng Tianwu to the side. The four martial monarch powerhouses, two of whom were above the 7th-level martial monarch stage, were swept away one by one before they could even react. They did not have the strength to fight back at all. In front of the black-clad young man, they were like ants that could not even withstand a single blow. At once, the four of them were horrified. You're willing to die on behalf of Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect? After the black-clad young man swept away the 4 obstacles in front of him, he looked at Feng Tianwu with a burning gaze and asked bluntly. Feng Tianwu did not open her mouth to reply to the black-clad young man. Her pair of resolute eyes was undoubtedly the best response. To have such an outstanding beauty, like you, die on behalf of Duan Lingtian. To be honest, even I'm a little jealous of him. The black-clad young man was not angry at all. Instead, he spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of envy could be seen in his eyes. Then he asked again, I'm very curious. What's your relationship with him? Why are you willing to die for him? He's my man. Chapter 1205. To Feng Tianwu, who had lost her memory, Duan Lingtian was her everything. Duan Lingtian had always been by her side, protecting her, giving her warmth and everything. She only felt at home when she was by Duan Lingtian's side. And she was also enjoying all of this. Now that the Lingtian sect was in trouble, they needed someone who could speak on behalf of Duan Lingtian to stand up for them. She stood up, not for the Lingtian sect, but for Duan Lingtian, the man she had relied on for her entire life. She had no regrets in this life if she died for that man. Your man. After receiving Feng Tianwu's reply, the black-clad young man's face turned gloomy, as if he was very unhappy. He had never thought that the beauty in front of him would be taken. Whoosh! Unknowingly, the red clothes on Feng Tianwu's body fluttered as if flames were burning. At the same time, flames that filled the sky had indeed risen from her body and transformed into sword-shaped flames in the blink of an eye. A 5-foot-long red soft sword appeared in her hand. As she infused her energy into it, it trembled slightly and let out a crisp sword sound. Above the void, the energy of heaven and earth stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth vision. Even though she knew that she was no match for the black-clad young man in front of her, Feng Tianwu did not intend to resign herself to death. That was not her style. Even though she knew that she was no match for him, she still wanted to fight. I hope you can do as you say. Feng Tianwu looked at the black-clad young man in front of her. Her clear eyes did not contain any emotions. She opened her red lips slightly and spoke almost word by word. With this little bit of power, it's far from enough to contend with me. The black-clad young man looked at the heaven and earth vision above Feng Tianwu's head and shook his head. This level of power was not a threat to him. However, this is not important, because I've changed my mind. The black-clad young man's lips curled into a rare smile. It was an evil smile that made one's hair stand on end. When Feng Tianwu heard this, her pair of willowy eyebrows slightly furrowed. As for the others, their gazes fell upon the black-clothed young man. They did not know what the black-clothed young man was going to do next. Could it be that he regretted? Or did he want to destroy the entire Lingtian sect? For a time, many people's expressions changed, and fear appeared on their faces. I can spare your life, and I can also spare the Lingtian sect in Duan Lingtian. The black-clothed young man stared at Feng Tianwu with a burning gaze. His gaze caused Feng Tianwu's expression to darken. She had a bad feeling. Conditions, Feng Tianwu said. You be my woman. The gaze of the black-clothed youth did not change, as he spoke with a fervent expression. Whoosh! The black-clothed young man's words caused an uproar. This Emperor Wu's direct disciple was trying to steal their sect leader's woman? In fact, the red-clad woman before them, Feng Tianwu, was the publicly acknowledged sect leader's wife in the Lingtian sect. Even Feng Tianwu herself had never denied this. Dream on! 2 furious shouts sounded almost at the same time. It was Gold Thug and Xiong Quan glaring at the black-clothed young man when they heard his words. This fellow actually wanted to steal their master's woman? Shut up. The black-clothed young man's expression darkened. As he raised his hand, a majestic energy swept out and sent Gold Thug and Xiong Quan flying far away. Along the way, they left behind a trail of blood that looked like blooming blood-red fireworks. I'll give you one more chance. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll take your lives. The black-clothed young man said coldly. This time, He only taught Gold Thug and Xiongquan a lesson and severely injured them. He did not want to take their lives. What do you think? When the black-clothed young man looked at Feng Tianwu again, the coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced with a smile. Impossible. At this moment, Feng Tianwu's eyes narrowed. The frost on her face seemed to have increased by a few more layers, emitting waves of cold aura that kept people at 1,000 miles away. What? Do you want everyone in the Ling Tian sect to die? The black-clothed young man smiled. It was a brilliant smile as he threatened Feng Tianwu with his words. The moment his words left his mouth, most of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples who were present had a change of expression. Initially, they thought they could get away with it. Who knew that the situation would take a turn for the worse, causing their mood to plummet from heaven to hell. At the same time, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples looked at Feng Tianwu. All of them wanted to know how she would respond. As you wish. In the face of the black-clothed young man's threat, Feng Tianwu did not seem to care, as she responded nonchalantly. The black-clothed young man was stunned. He did not expect Feng Tianwu to respond in such a manner. He could not help but ask, "Didn't you say that you would protect the Ling Tian sect for your man? Are you going back on your word now?" Feng Tianwu did not respond to the black-clothed young man. However, her pair of fearless eyes undoubtedly answered the black-clothed young man's question indirectly. What she meant was very simple. She was not afraid of death. However, it was impossible for him to have her as a person. She would rather die than betray the man she loved, Duan Lingtian. All right. The black-clothed young man took a deep breath and said all right twice in a deep voice. Many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples who were present felt their hearts skip a beat. This is the first time in my life that I, Zhou Yi, have met a woman that I like as much as you. The black-clothed young man, Zhou Yi, who was also Emperor Wu's direct disciple from Lost Stone Forest, looked at Feng Tianwu with a burning gaze. For this reason, I'm willing to take a step back for today's matter. I won't kill Duan Lingtian, or anyone from the Ling Tian sect. However, you must return to Lost Stone Forest with me. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed as he said bluntly, 10 years. You only have to stay in Lost Stone Forest for 10 years. In these 10 years I'll pursue you. Before I succeed, I won't do anything to you. If you still reject me after 10 years, I'll return your freedom to you. When Zhou Yi reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with confidence. He was confident that he would be able to successfully pursue the woman before him within 10 years. Who was he? Emperor Wu's direct disciple. He was one of Martial Emperor Shiqi's strongest subordinates. Give him 10 years. If he still couldn't get a woman, then he could just find a wall and kill himself. 10 years. The moment Zhou Yi's words left his mouth, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Miss Tianwu don't agree to it. After consuming the healing medicinal pills, Gold Thug and Xiongquan, who had recovered a lot, spoke to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission in unison. 10 years. To a martial artist, it might not be a long time. However, to a young couple it was too long. It was so long that one could forget the other. Although it was not to the extent of completely forgetting, it was long enough for one to forget about the other. That's right, Miss Tianwu, you must reconsider. Zhang San and Luo Ping chimed in. Although they wanted to live, they would rather die if they had to rely on such a young and beautiful woman to survive for 10 years. This is my bottom line. If you're unwilling, I'll kill everyone in the Ling Tian sect. After that, we'll wait here for some time until the Duan Lingtian returns and kill him. Zhou Yi looked at Feng Tianwu, who did not respond for a long time. His tone was cold. There was a limit to his patience. Swear. Finally, Feng Tianwu's eyes lit up. She glanced at Zhou Yi nonchalantly and said, "Why? Are you worried that I, Emperor Wu's direct disciple, will go back on my word?" Although Zhou Yi said that, his heart was filled with joy. This was because this meant that the red-clad lady before him had decided to agree to his condition and even leave with him. Due to this reason, Zhou Yi cooperated and swore using the 99 Heavenly Tribulation Oath. Boom, boom, boom. Soon after, 9 claps of thunder resonated in response to Zhou Yi's oath. Lead the way. Feng Tianwu said coldly when she saw Zhou Yi swore. In the beginning, Zhou Yi did not react. However, when he regained his senses, he immediately led the way and brought Feng Tianwu to the northwest direction. Destination: Lost Stone Forest. Zhou Yi brought Feng Tianwu and left the Ling Tian sect just like that. He had completely forgotten about his revenge for Yang Chun. To him, Yang Chun's life was nothing. What he cared about was this peerless beauty who had moved his heart. In the next 10 years, he would use all kinds of methods to obtain this peerless beauty's heart and make her his woman. However, in Feng Tianwu's eyes, all of this was just a stopgap measure. She believed that in less than 10 years, her elder brother Duan would be able to raise his ability and come to the Lost Stone Forest to save her. She would just treat it as going to the Lost Stone Forest to cultivate for a period of time. She was not worried that Zhou Yi would force himself on her, because she had a way to control her own energy to self-destruct before Zhou Yi could get his hands on her. She would rather die than let her elder brother Duan down, the man whom she regarded as her future husband. She decided to leave with Zhou Yi because she had made all these preparations. There were only 2 paths she could take now. First, she could wait for her elder brother Duan to save her, or Zhou Yi would keep his promise and let her leave 10 years later. Second, she could die. However, she had no regrets. I'll use 10 years of my youth in exchange for your safety. Very quickly, a purple figure appeared in her mind. The corner of her mouth curled up into a rare warm smile. Zhou Yi left with Feng Tianwu. Only the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples, the 2 deputy sect leaders, Gold Thug, and Xiong Quan were left on the Ling Tian peak in silence. Currently, they did not look too good. Even the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples were not happy. Although they were happy that they were able to survive, they could not help but feel guilty when they thought about how the sect leader's confidant had used 10 years of her youth. I'm afraid Master won't be able to accept it if he finds out about this when he returns. Gold Thug's expression was gloomy, and his heart was heavy. If young Master returns, he'll definitely go to the Lost Stone Forest immediately. Xiong Quan knew Duan Lingtian better than anyone else present. Chapter 1206. What a bountiful harvest this time. Not only are there quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons refined by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, but there are also some quasi-royal grade pills and royal grade pills in the spatial ring. There are also many rare and precious materials. Duan Lingtian's face was filled with a satisfied smile as he made his way back. Most importantly, I have enough royal grade resurrection pills. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider. The resurrection pill was a healing pill. There were different types of healing pills. Grade 9 to grade 7 were the gold injury pills. Grade 6 to grade 4 were the great recovery pills. Grade 3 to grade 1 were the life recovery pills. Quasi-royal grade and royal grade were the resurrection pills. The resurrection pill was a miraculous healing pill that could bring someone back from the dead. Its efficacy was so strong that even a grade 1 life recovery pill with 99% purity could not compare to it. That was no longer an accumulation of quantity, but a transformation of quality. Now that I have enough royal grade resurrection pills, I should be able to help Tian Wu regain her memory after consuming them for a period of time. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he thought of this. His face was filled with tenderness. He had always blamed himself for Tian Wu's amnesia. In his opinion, Tian Wu had lost her memory because of him. Now that he had the chance to help Tian Wu regain her memory, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. When I refine the profound monarch pill with the 10,000-year red fruit and other materials, I'll be able to raise my cultivation base even faster. Coupled with the pills that the reincarnation emperor Wu left behind to assist my cultivation, I'll be able to break through to the 9th level martial monarch stage in a short time. Now that I've comprehended the emperor stage profundity, it's only a matter of time before I break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian was not sure if his fused profundity was an emperor stage profundity. However, his sword profundity was a genuine emperor stage profundity. As long as his cultivation base entered the 9th level martial monarch stage, he would be able to smoothly enter the 1st level Emperor Wu stage and become an Emperor Wu powerhouse. On the way back, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. It was as though he could already see the martial emperor stage waving at him. However, his good mood completely vanished when he returned to the Lingtian sect half a month later. All of this was because he had received a shocking piece of news. Tian Wu had been abducted. Who did it? Duan Lingtian looked at the 4 people in front of him, his eyes burning with anger as he asked with a gloomy expression. The 4 people standing in front of Duan Lingtian were none other than the 2 deputy sect leaders of Lingtian sect, as well as Gold Thug and Xiong Quan, who had always been by Duan Lingtian's side. Young master, it's Zhou Yi. Xiong Quan lowered his head and said bitterly. Zhou Yi. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. Who's he? Master. Zhou Yi is Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. Even Yang Chun was only his errand boy. He's very powerful. Although he didn't show it to us, the energy and aura he emitted suppressed us to the point that we couldn't even muster up any fighting spirit. Gold Thug took a deep breath and said with lingering fear in his heart. That day, the aura Zhou Yi emitted was extremely terrifying. It suppressed him to the point that he could not breathe, let alone muster up any fighting spirit. He's here to avenge Yang Chun. However, he doesn't seem to care about Yang Chun's life or death. Soon after, Zhang San and Luo Ping, the 2 deputy sect leaders of Lingtian sect, spoke as well. They told him the whole story without hiding anything. Tian Wu left with Zhou Yi and went to Lost Stone Forest for Lingtian sect. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned extremely grave. He was filled with anger and could not hold it in at all. Whoosh! Before Zhang San and the others had the time to react, Duan Lingtian vanished into thin air before their eyes without leaving the slightest trace behind. Horror dawned on the 4 of them at once. Sect leader went to Lost Stone Forest? Zhang San's expression was grave. Definitely. Xiong Quan nodded with a grave expression. Subsequently, he moved and headed northwest. It was obvious that he was going to chase after Duan Lingtian. Although he knew his own strength, he would not be able to help even if he went. However, he still had to go. That was his young master. He was willing to sacrifice his life for his young master. Deputy sect leaders, before master returns, I'll leave Lingtian sect in your hands. Xiong Quan and I will make a trip to Lost Stone Forest to see if we can stop master in time. Gold Thug said to Zhang San and Luo Ping, before he moved and followed Xiong Quan. Although he said that, he was not confident at all. His ability was far from his master's. Even if his master arrived at Lost Stone Forest, he would still be on his way. With Gold Thug's speed, he caught up with Xiong Quan in no time. You're too slow. I'll bring you along. As Gold Thug spoke, a vast energy extended from his body and pulled Xiong Quan along with him toward the northwest. That was the direction of Lost Stone Forest. Ever since Yun Gang had brought Yang Chun to the Lingtian sect, and both of them were killed, Duan Lingtian had deliberately inquired about the Lost Stone Forest and found out about its location. As Duan Lingtian's people, Gold Thug, and Xiong Quan naturally knew about it as well. Zhou Yi, I don't care if you're Emperor Wu's direct disciple or not. If anything happens to Tian Wu, I'll kill you. Duan Lingtian traveled at full speed. His expression was gloomy, and his eyes looked as though they were about to spit fire. Although Tian Wu had lost her memory, her temper was still as fierce as before. He was most worried that Zhou Yi would go back on his words and force himself on Tian Wu. With Tian Wu's temper, she would rather die than let him have his way. He knew Tian Wu very well. That was why he was so eager to rush to Lost Stone Forest when he found out about this. He was worried that something would happen to Tian Wu. If something happened to Tian Wu, not only would he not be able to explain himself to Feng Wu Dao, but he would also never forgive himself. Tian Wu, wait for elder brother Duan. Elder brother Duan will save you soon. When Duan Lingtian flew out, he was like a bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky. Wherever he passed, the clouds in the sky would disperse and form a clearly visible heavenly road. Although Duan Ling Tian's decision to head to Lost Stone Forest to save Tian Wu was partly due to his impulsiveness, it was not like he had not seriously considered it. Firstly, he might not be a match for Emperor Wu's direct disciple Zhou Yi. Secondly, Lost Stone Forest was Emperor Wu's cultivation place. Zhou Yi was Emperor Wu's direct disciple. The position of Emperor Wu's direct disciple was completely different from those ordinary disciples in Emperor Wu's eyes. No matter how many ordinary disciples died, the martial emperors would not care. However, Emperor Wu would be furious even if only one of his direct disciples died. He might even avenge him. Duan Lingtian knew this very well through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations memories. If I'm not a match for Zhou Yi, I'll use the Devil Seal tablet. Even if I lose my mind, I'll save Tian Wu from the Sea of Fire. Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. He would do whatever it took to save Tian Wu, let alone losing his mind. He would not hesitate even if he had to give up his life. If Tian Wu could give up her life for him, he could do the same as well. Duan Lingtian, who had used the Devil Seal tablet twice already, had some experience and tricks to using the Devil Seal tablet. As long as his emotions fluctuated to the extreme, the Devil Seal tablet would react and cooperate with him to devilify him. The Devil Seal tablet has greatly improved my strength. If I use the Devil Seal tablet now, I'm afraid even an ordinary Emperor Wu powerhouse might not be a match for me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes gleamed. It was because of this that he dared to head to Lost Stone Forest. After all, Lost Stone Forest was the cultivation place of an Emperor Wu powerhouse. It was very likely that his trip would alarm the other party. If he was not prepared, it would be no different from sending himself to his death. While Duan Lingtian was making his way to Lost Stone Forest, it was very lively in Lost Stone Forest. Hey, did you hear? Senior brother Zhou brought back a young lady. Whether it's her appearance or her temperament, she's peerless. I really want to meet her and see if she's really that outstanding. A few Emperor Wu's disciples were chatting in a circle when one of them said, "Although I didn't hear about it, I saw that young lady when senior brother Zhou came back yesterday." Another Emperor Wu's disciple said, "Oh." The other Emperor Wu's disciples' eyes lit up immediately. Their interest was piqued. Is that young lady really a peerless beauty with both appearance and temperament like the rumors say? One of Emperor Wu's disciples asked. Of course. The Emperor Wu's disciple in front nodded and said enviously, "Senior brother Zhou really has good luck with women. He brought back such a peerless beauty with just a trip." As far as I know, senior brother Zhou was obsessed with cultivation in the past. He didn't care about relationships at all. I didn't expect him to bring back a woman this time. This shows that the woman is very outstanding. Even a cultivation maniac like senior brother Zhou is moved by her. The other Emperor Wu's disciples said. However, that young lady seemed to ignore senior brother Zhou. When I saw her and senior brother Zhou, it was always senior brother Zhou who spoke to her with a smile. But she never responded. The Emperor Wu's disciple in front frowned and said, "That can't be." The other martial emperor's followers could not help but be shocked. Don't tell me senior brother Zhou snatched that woman away? One of Emperor Wu's disciples gulped and guessed. That's possible. Another Emperor Wu's disciple nodded in agreement. Humph. That woman doesn't know what's good for her. Our senior brother Zhou is Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Lord Emperor Wu thinks highly of him. He's also one of the direct disciples in Lost Stone Forest, who has the highest chance of entering Emperor Wu's realm. How can she ignore him? Chapter 1207. In Lost Stone Forest, a black silhouette stood in front of a stone house that was hollowed out. It was a tall and sturdy black-clad young man with a cold expression. His black clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look elegant. "Tian Wu, I'll bring you to see my master." The black-clad young man was none other than Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest, Zhou Yi. At this moment, he was talking to the stone house in front of him. The master that Zhou mentioned was the owner of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu Shiqi. The person in the stone house with its door tightly shut in front of Zhou was the red-clad lady who followed him back from Lingtian Sect's Lingtian Peak, Feng Tianwu. Along the way, Feng Tianwu did not mention her name to Zhou. She did not even speak to Zhou. She maintained her silence. She remained silent until a few days after they arrived at Lost Stone Forest. The reason Zhou knew Feng Tianwu's name was because Gold Thug and Xiong Quan had called her Miss Tianwu when they were at Lingtian Peak in Lingtian Sect. Tianwu is not a name you can call. As soon as Zhou finished speaking, an extremely cold voice resonated from the stone house. I only know your name is Tianwu. Zhou smiled faintly and said, Tianwu, you're not a demon, but you possess such a cultivation base at such a young age. Your innate talent is really rare. I've already asked Master to take you in as his direct disciple, if he's satisfied with your innate talent. Emperor Wu's direct disciple. At this moment, the stone house fell silent. After I become his direct disciple, will I be able to leave Lost Stone Forest without abiding by the 10-year promise? A moment later, the cold voice resonated from the stone house again. Since you've become Master's direct disciple, naturally, you should stay in Lost Stone Forest to cultivate. You can only leave when you've cultivated to the peak of the martial monarch stage and possess sufficient ability. This is the rule that Master set. Zhou smiled and said, Master has no other intention in setting such a rule. He's just worried that his direct disciples would suffer a loss and embarrass him when they leave. Not interested. The cold voice rang out once again, filled with a tone that kept people at 1,000 miles away. Not interested. The words that came out of the stone house were Feng Tianwu's words. Zhou couldn't help but be startled. Was there anyone who wasn't interested in becoming Emperor Wu's personal disciple? Tianwu, I hope you can consider this carefully. Not everyone can become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. I also spent a lot of effort to convince Master to agree to confirm your talent. If possible, he will directly accept you as his personal disciple. Zhou advised patiently. However, although he seemed to be patient on the surface, the depths of his eyes were filled with indifference. He spent a lot of effort to convince his master, Emperor Wu Shiqi, to agree to confirm Feng Tianwu's innate talent. Naturally, he did not purely want to help Feng Tianwu and make Feng Tianwu his master's direct disciple. Putting aside the fact that his master might not take a liking to Feng Tianwu, even if he did, he would do everything he could to prevent Feng Tianwu from becoming Emperor Wu's direct disciple. This was because he did not really want Feng Tianwu to become his master's direct disciple. After all, once Feng Tianwu became his master's direct disciple, she would become his junior sister and be on equal footing with him. There would be no need for her to be wary of him, let alone agree to become his woman. He only did this because he wanted to make Feng Tianwu feel touched and grateful to him. In his eyes, Emperor Wu's direct disciple was actually just a bait for the mermaid, Feng Tianwu, to take the bait. He wanted to use this to ease the conflict between him and Feng Tianwu. If it was a normal martial artist, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed if they knew that they had the chance to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. If there was someone who recommended them, they would definitely be extremely grateful to the person who recommended them. This was the effect he wanted. However, it did not cross his mind that the woman in the stone house had no interest in becoming a martial emperor's direct disciple at all. This was completely out of his expectations and disrupted his plan. For a moment he felt powerless. He realized that the breakthrough he thought of to ease his relationship with Feng Tianwu was useless. However, he was still a little unwilling. It was precisely because of this that he patiently persuaded Feng Tianwu. Scram! However, when he patiently persuaded her outside the stone house, what he received was Feng Tianwu's extremely cold scram. It caused his face to turn green and white. At once, he narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. His expression turned extremely gloomy. He, Zhou, was Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. He was also Emperor Wu's favorite direct disciple. When had he ever been given the cold shoulder like this before? When had he ever been treated like this before? He was enraged. He felt like his heart was filled with rage. However, when the figure of the woman in the stone house appeared in his mind, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with indifference. Tianwu, I'll take my leave first. I'll visit you another day. Zhou Yi took a deep breath and suppressed his anger before he turned around and left. The moment he turned around, his face turned gloomy again. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. 10 years. If you don't accept me, I'll destroy you even if I can't kill that Duan Lingtian. If I, Zhou Yi, can't have a woman, no one else can. Zhou Yi muttered to himself as he flew away. At the same time, his expression was extremely grave. He had already spoken to his master, Emperor Wu Shiqi. However, he was stood up by Feng Tianwu. He could imagine how he would be scolded later. This was because he was Emperor Wu's favorite direct disciple. If it was another direct disciple who stood up Shiqi's Emperor Wu, apart from being scolded, he would definitely be punished. Although the stone house in Lost Stone Forest was formed by hollowing out a huge rock, it was extremely clean and tidy. Every corner looked as though it had been cut by a knife or sword. It looked very smooth. The stone house's furnishings were simple. Apart from a square stone bed, there was nothing else. At this moment, a red-clad lady was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. The red-clad lady looked to be in her early 20s. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her beautiful face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. She exuded a cold aura that could save someone from 1,000 miles away. In addition to the slight frown on her face, she looked like an ice beauty who was wrapped in fire. The fire she was referring to was naturally the red dress she was wearing. It was a red dress that looked like a burning flame. Elder brother Duan, now, have you returned to the Lingtian sect? It was unknown when, but the red-clad woman slowly opened her pair of enchanting autumn eyes as she muttered in a low voice. Her voice was filled with dependence and longing for Duan Lingtian. Ever since she lost her memory, she had always been by Duan Lingtian's side. This was the first time she had left Duan Lingtian for so long. She was panicking. 10 years. She was not sure if her elder brother Duan would be able to raise his cultivation base and have the ability to save her from Lost Stone Forest within 10 years. After all, there was an Emperor Wu powerhouse in Lost Stone Forest. He was also Zhou Yi's master. She was originally full of confidence in her elder brother Duan. However, she gradually calmed down after coming to Lost Stone Forest. It was extremely difficult for a martial monarch powerhouse to break through to the Emperor Wu stage. There were not many Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. There were not more than 10 of them that were publicly known. There were even martial monarch powerhouses who had comprehended 6 or 7 monarch stage profundities to the 9th level, but they still could not break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Based on this, one could see how difficult it was to break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Although her elder brother Duan had an extraordinary innate talent that was far from what an ordinary person could compare to, it was still difficult for him to become one of the few Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent that were publicly known. Due to this reason, she was not sure if her elder brother Duan could save her in 10 years. If elder brother Duan can't save me, then I'll have to wait for 10 years before I can see him again. When Feng Tianwu thought about how she would only be able to see the man who had haunted her dreams after 10 years, she felt a pang in her heart. It was her first time feeling this way ever since she lost her memory. 10 years was neither too long nor too short. However, to Feng Tianwu, the days in Lost Stone Forest were as long as a year. If it was possible, she did not want to stay here for even a second longer. Time passed by quietly. Almost a month had passed in just a blink of an eye. On this day, an uninvited guest arrived outside Lost Stone Forest. It was a travel-worn purple-clad young man who came from the southeast. The purple-clad young man looked to be about 25 years old. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was extraordinarily handsome. Just his handsome appearance alone was enough to attract countless women. So this is Lost Stone Forest? The purple-clad young man muttered softly as he looked at the stone forest in front of him. His eyes gleamed fiercely as though they could spit fire. This purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had rushed all the way here from Lingtian sect's Lingtian Peak. These inscription formations, most of them are illusory formations. Duan Lingtian's eyes were like torches. He could see through the stone forest in front of him with just a glance. There were many inscription formations in the stone forest. Most of them were illusory formations, but there were also a few killing formations. Duan Lingtian could see that. Most of these inscription formations were created by martial monarch stage inscription masters. A few of the killing formations were created by Emperor Wu stage inscription masters. That Emperor Wu Shiqi is not an inscription master. Based on this, it was easy for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. If Emperor Wu Shiqi was an inscription master, it was impossible for him to not personally set up inscription formations in his lair. After all, the inscription formations set up by Emperor Wu stage inscription masters were not something a martial monarch stage inscription master could compare to. Humph. Chapter 1208. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian moved as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning and entered Lost Stone Forest. Lost Stone Forest was undoubtedly a forbidden place for ordinary martial artists. If a martial artist who entered Lost Stone Forest was careless, he would be attracted by the illusory formation and trigger the killing formation. He would then be killed and die a horrible death. Logically speaking, only people from Lost Stone Forest could walk in there, as though it was flat ground, and disregard the illusory formations and killing formations. However, Duan Lingtian entered Lost Stone Forest as though it was flat ground as well. He disregarded the illusory formations. As for the killing formations, he avoided them from afar. Duan Lingtian's successful entry into Lost Stone Forest quickly alerted many of Emperor Wu's disciples, who were guarding the entrance of Lost Stone Forest. While these Emperor Wu's disciples were shocked, they revealed themselves one after another. They were shocked because the purple-clad young man before them was not affected by the illusory formations after he entered Lost Stone Forest. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was far away from the killing formations whenever he passed by. Perhaps it was luck the first time. However, it was still the same after 2, 3, 4, 5 times. It was impossible for it to be luck. At once, the few Emperor Wu's disciples who were in charge of this area realized that something was amiss. One by one, they quickly revealed themselves and surrounded Duan Lingtian, who had entered Lost Stone Forest. May I know who you are? Why have you barged into Lost Stone Forest? Faced with this purple-clad young man who had entered Lost Stone Forest, as though it was flat ground, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples did not dare to act recklessly. One of them asked politely. Duan Lingtian glanced at the few people before him nonchalantly. Emperor Wu's disciples? Yes. The few of them nodded. Bring me to Zhou Yi. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian looked at one of Emperor Wu's disciples. His eyes gleamed fiercely, causing the latter to shudder from the bottom of his heart. Sir! Before this disciple of Emperor Wu could speak, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. He saw Duan Lingtian's figure move, and at the same time he disappeared in front of him. He only felt a gust of wind coming towards him. When he reacted, a huge force came from his shoulder, causing his entire body to feel weak. Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Emperor Wu's disciple like a flash of lightning. He grabbed his shoulder and said coldly, "Lead the way." At this time, this disciple of Emperor Wu and the other disciples of Emperor Wu also reacted. The purple-clad young man was here to look for Zhou Yi. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with Zhou Yi. He was their Lost Stone Forest's favored one. Not only was he Emperor Wu's direct disciple, but he was also Emperor Wu's favorite direct disciple. Where did senior martial brother Zhou provoke such a fierce person? At once, the few disciples of Emperor Wu were shocked. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian entered Lost Stone Forest, as though he was walking on flat ground, these disciples of Emperor Wu realized that Duan Lingtian was not a simple person. Now that they heard Duan Lingtian had entered Lost Stone Forest, to look for their Lost Stone Forest's martial emperor's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, and did not come with good intentions, they realized Duanling Tian was not someone to be trifled with. At the very least, they could not afford to offend him. What a joke! Since this purple-clad young man dared to look for trouble with Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, it meant that he was confident in his ability. He was someone who could be compared to Zhou Yi. He could crush them with just a finger. Emperor Wu's disciple who was captured by Duanling Tian turned pale. Although he was afraid of death, he did not dare to bring this purple-clad young man to look for senior martial brother Zhou Yi. If he did that, he would not be able to escape death. Not only that, but his family would be implicated as well. This was not something he wanted to see. Lost Stone Forest had strict rules that would implicate his family. Therefore, even if he died, he would not dare to violate Lost Stone Forest's rules. You're not afraid of death? When Duanling Tian saw that Emperor Wu's disciple did not move, his eyes gleamed even more fiercely as killing intent swept out from his body. It was so oppressive that Emperor Wu's disciple's expression changed drastically. Fear filled his eyes. However, even then he did not make any move. Sir, please don't make things difficult for him. At this moment, another Emperor Wu's disciple looked at Duanling Tian with a pleading expression. Our Lost Stone Forest has a rule that all of Lord Emperor Wu's subordinates are not allowed to betray each other. If anyone betrays another person, not only will they not be able to escape death, but their family will be implicated as well. For this reason, even if you kill him and kill us, we won't bring you to senior brother Zhou Yi. If we bring you there, it'll be equivalent to betraying senior brother Zhou Yi. In the end, not only will we not be able to escape death, but our family will be implicated as well. When the Emperor Wu's disciple reached the end of his sentence, he had a bitter expression on his face. Sir, I can use the communication jade slip to inform senior brother Zhou Yi. Soon after, another Emperor Wu's disciple spoke up. Tell him to hand over the person he took away from my Ling Tian sect. If anything happens to that person, I want him to pay with his life. When Duanling Tian realized that it was impossible for these few Emperor Wu's disciples to bring him to Zhou Yi, he could only settle for the next best thing, as he said in a deep voice. Also tell him, my name is Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he added, Yes, yes. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the Emperor Wu's disciple did not dare to be negligent at all. He immediately threw out a communication jade slip and disappeared before Duanling Tian's eyes in just a blink of an eye. The communication jade slip, that was inscribed by an Emperor Wu stage inscription master, was so fast that it was not something he could compare to now. After the communication jade slip was sent out, the few Emperor Wu's disciples sighed in relief when they saw that the purple-clad young man did not intend to vent his anger on them, although they had not seen the purple-clad young man make a move until now. However, since the purple-clad young man could enter the Lost Stone Forest as though he was walking on flat ground, it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Coupled with the fact that the purple-clad young man was looking for trouble with senior brother Zhou Yi whom they looked up to, it made them realize that the purple-clad young man was not a simple person. Due to this reason, they were glad that they were still alive. At this moment, Duanling Tian stood at the side and looked in the direction where the communication jade slip was sent out calmly. He no longer paid any attention to the few Emperor Wu's disciples before him. When the few Emperor Wu's disciples saw this, they knew they had escaped a calamity. They looked at each other and saw the luck and fear in each other's eyes. At the same time, they who had calmed down began to communicate through voice transmissions. Based on what he said earlier, senior brother Zhou seems to have brought someone away from the Ling Tian sect? One of them was puzzled. Don't tell me it's the woman senior brother Zhou brought back some time ago? Another person guessed. Now that you mention it, it's possible. I was wondering why that woman was so indifferent to senior brother Zhou when he came back with him. As it turns out, she was really kidnapped by senior brother Zhou. Senior brother Zhou is really strong. He wasn't interested in women in the past, But now that he's interested, he immediately snatched her back. The few Emperor Wu's disciples could not help but exclaim inwardly. In the depths of Lost Stone Forest, a figure suddenly appeared in front of a stone house that was hollowed out from a huge rock. It was a tall and big young man dressed in black. The black-clad young man raised his hand and caught a streak of light that was shooting at him. When he opened his hand, a jade slip appeared in his hand, causing his eyes to gleam. Communication jade slip? Subsequently, the black-clad young man mobilized his origin energy into the communication jade slip in his hand, and a voice entered his ears in a timely manner. Senior Brother Zhou, someone has barged into the southeastern entrance of Lost Stone Forest. He claims to be Duan Lingtian, and wants you to hand over the person you brought away from the Lingtian sect. He also said, if anything happens to that person, he'll want you to pay with your life. The voice came to an end at this point. Duan Lingtian? The person who killed Yang Chun? The black-clad young man was Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, in Lost Stone Forest. When he heard the voice in the communication jade slip, he immediately knew what was going on. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Lingtian sect, was also the sweetheart of the woman he loved. At the same time, he had also sworn using the 99 Heavenly Tribulation oath that he would not kill Duan Lingtian, as long as the woman he loved stayed in Lost Stone Forest for 10 years. I swore that I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't swear that I wouldn't cripple you. I haven't even gone to look for you, but you came knocking on my door. That's exactly what I wanted, Zhou Yi sneered, and his eyes were filled with a cold gleam. Although he had never seen Duan Lingtian before, he did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Not only did he not have a good impression of him, but he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Naturally, all of this was not because Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Chun. He did not care about Yang Chun's life or death. Even when he went to the Lingtian sect because of Yang Chun's death, he did not go there to avenge Yang Chun. Instead, he wanted to do something to let the person who killed Yang Chun know that one had to look at the owner before beating a dog. The reason he did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian and could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian was because of the woman he had brought back to Lost Stone Forest. That was a woman he loved, a woman he could not wait to make his own. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was the woman's sweetheart. If it was not for the fact that he had sworn to not kill Duan Lingtian, using the 99 Heavenly Tribulation oath, he would not have let Duan Lingtian live. I'd like to see, when your cultivation is crippled and your limbs are crippled, will she still like you and even admit that you're her man? As Zhou Yi muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, they would have goosebumps when they saw the smile on Zhou Yi's face. There's a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barged in. Duan Lingtian, since you've delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for what I'm going to do to you. Zhou Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he vanished into thin air. Naturally, he did not really vanish. Instead, his speed was so fast that it was as though he had vanished into thin air. The direction Zhou Yi was heading toward was the southeast of Lost Stone Forest. Duan Lingtian was there. He's here. Chapter 1209. Whoosh! Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian noticed something, a gust of wind blew toward him, causing his purple robe to flutter loudly. In the next moment, a flash appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. A figure appeared before him. It was a black figure. It was a young man dressed in black. His height was similar to Duan Lingtian's. As soon as he appeared, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he sized him up. Senior Brother Zhou. At this moment, the few Emperor Wu's followers greeted the black-clad young man respectfully. The black-clad young man was Zhou Yi, who had just arrived. He was Emperor Wu's direct disciple, and also the publicly acknowledged God's favored one in Lost Stone Forest. However, Zhou Yi did not seem to hear Emperor Wu's followers, who took the initiative to greet him. Perhaps, He did not even bother to respond to Emperor Wu's followers. In the eyes of Emperor Wu's direct disciple like Zhou Yi, even the Emperor Wu's disciples in Lost Stone Forest were just a bunch of obedient dogs. He might not even be willing to let Emperor Wu's followers be his dogs. In his eyes, Emperor Wu's followers were no different from ants. In his opinion, there was no need for him to respond to a few ants who took the initiative to greet him. "You're Duan Lingtian? The man that Tian Wu likes?" Zhou Yi looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom in a condescending manner. After a while, he asked in a questioning tone, "You're Zhou Yi? Where's Tian Wu?" Duan Lingtian ignored Zhou Yi's questioning. It was as though he did not hear him at all. Not only that, but he even looked at Zhou Yi and asked in return. At this moment, he learned the identity of the person who had just arrived from the greeting of Emperor Wu's followers. It was Zhou Yi, the target of his trip. Tian Wu was taken away by Zhou Yi. Now as he questioned Zhou Yi, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a fierce light. It was as if he had turned into a ferocious beast that was hibernating in the dark, ready to attack and kill at any time. "I really don't know why Tian Wu would fall for an ant like you. However, since I've sworn that I won't kill you, I naturally won't kill you." Just like how Duan Lingtian did not reply to Zhou Yi did not reply to Duan Lingtian either. He looked at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze gradually turned cold as he spoke unhurriedly. "I'm asking you, where is Tian Wu?" Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he saw that Zhou Yi didn't reply to him, where Tian Wu was. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire as he glared at Zhou Yi. "No matter where Tian Wu is, it has nothing to do with you. From today onwards, you and her are no longer people of the same world." Finally, Zhou Yi responded to Duan Lingtian. However, when he replied, his tone was filled with disdain. It was a disdain that came from the bottom of his heart. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to decide whether Tian Wu and I are from the same world?" Duan Lingtian sneered in disdain as he said coldly, "Moreover, if you still don't hand Tian Wu over, from today onwards you, Emperor Wu's direct disciple, will become history." Arrogant. Too arrogant. This was the opinion of the few Emperor Wu's disciples who were watching by the side. They thought of Duan Lingtian. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, he wanted Zhou Yi, the Lost Stone Forest's martial emperor's direct disciple, to become history. In their opinion, this was no different from a fantasy story. Zhou Yi was the direct disciple of the master of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu Shiqi. Zhou Yi's innate talent was very high, surpassing any of his direct disciples. Coupled with his diligence in cultivation, he had always been highly valued by Emperor Wu. Gradually, he became the direct disciple that Shiqi valued the most. Apart from that, other people might not know about Zhou Yi's strength, but they knew it very well. In terms of strength, their senior brother Zhou was only inferior to Emperor Wu in Lost Stone Forest. Even the other direct disciples of Emperor Wu were no match for him. "Make me become history? I'd like to see how a leader of a low-level first-rate force like you is going to make me become history." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhou Yi was stunned at first. However, he could not help but laugh. As he laughed, he did not forget to provoke Duan Lingtian. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of disdain and contempt mixed in. The leader of a low-level first-rate force? Zhou Yi's words clearly entered the ears of the few Emperor Wu's followers. They looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange gaze. "This fellow is only the leader of a low-level first-rate force? To think that I thought he was strong. A leader of a low-level first-rate force would at most be slightly stronger than us, Emperor Wu's disciples. He's not even comparable to Emperor Wu's direct disciples, let alone Emperor Wu's direct disciples. A leader of a low-level first-rate force dares to look for trouble with senior brother Zhou in Lost Stone Forest? Isn't he seeking death?" The few Emperor Wu's followers no longer looked at Duan Lingtian with fear in their eyes. Instead, it was replaced with pity. In their opinion, in terms of strength, a leader of a low-level first-rate force would never be able to compare to Zhou Yi, Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. However, senior brother Zhou seemed to have sworn not to kill him earlier. I wonder what happened between them. It seems like that's the reason why he dares to provoke senior brother Zhou in Lost Stone Forest. That must be it. Otherwise, a leader of a low-level first-rate force like him wouldn't dare to offend senior brother Zhou, Emperor Wu's direct disciple. To think that I thought he was a powerhouse on the same level as senior brother Zhou. I was too naive. The few Emperor Wu's followers' words clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. However, he did not pay any attention to it. Since you want to see, I'll show you. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly when he was provoked by Zhou Yi. His body moved and disappeared before the few Emperor Wu's followers' eyes. His speed was so fast that the few Emperor Wu's followers could not even catch a glimpse of him. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. At this moment, if he did not show Zhou Yi the pain, Zhou Yi would not hand Tian Wu over. Therefore, he had to do something. At the very least, he had to show Zhou Yi the pain. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out like a divine dragon as he charged towards Zhou Yi. While he was charging, he seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon. A 5-colored divine dragon. 5 different colors gathered around his body and emitted waves of sharp sword intent. It was the fused profundity and sword profundity. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was already close to Zhou Yi. He shook the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that he had prepared earlier, and performed his sword skill immediately. 9 dragons radiant flash. At that instant, a sword ray shot out from where the quasi-royal grade spirit sword was pointing. The sword ray split into 9 and transformed into 9 5-colored divine dragons. The eyes of the 9 divine dragons flashed and shot out 18 ultimate radiant flashes. Whoosh! 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 The 18 ultimate radiant flashes tore through the sky and set off a series of whistling sounds as they targeted Zhou Yi's vital points. So fast! Since the beginning, Zhou Yi's face was calm when he faced Duan Lingtian, who was attacking him. It was as though he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. However, he could not help but be shocked when he saw the 18 ultimate radiant flashes that were charging toward him. He did not expect this at all. Duan Lingtian was able to perform such a fast attack. If his speed was any faster, it would be enough to threaten him. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Zhou Yi's heart jolted. In the next moment, he disappeared from his spot and dodged the 18 ultimate radiant flashes that were charging toward him. When Zhou Yi appeared again, he was already in the sky far away. It seems like I've underestimated you. When Zhou Yi looked at Duan Lingtian again, although his face was still filled with disdain, there was a hint of surprise in the depth of his eyes. It was apparent that he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be able to perform such an attack. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head as he stood with his sword. Soon it gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon, 6 ancient black dragon silhouettes, and 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Based on this, it could be seen that Duan Lingtian had exerted his full strength earlier. However, with his current strength and his sword skill, 9 dragons radiant flash, Zhou Yi still managed to dodge it. Zhou Yi is stronger than I thought. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he stared at the black-clad young man before him. His expression did not change, as though he was mentally prepared. The strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons? The heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's had not only surprised Zhou Yi, but the other Emperor Wu's disciples who were watching by the side were also shocked. He's actually so strong. Isn't he the leader of a low-level first-rate force? Are the leaders of low-level first-rate forces now so strong? The few Emperor Wu's disciples looked at each other and whispered to each other in shock. In their minds, such a powerhouse's ability was already above many of the Emperor Wu's disciples in Lost Stone Forest. He was comparable to many of the leaders of upper-level first-rate forces, and even upper-level first-rate forces. However, according to their senior brother Zhou, he was only the leader of a low-level first-rate force. Whoosh! 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 A moment later, a series of soft sword chimes resonated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian splitting the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand into 9 swords that circled around his body and spun continuously. Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by 9 swords, looked extremely ethereal. He did not look like a mortal. If that's all you've got, I'm afraid you'll have to crawl out of Lost Stone Forest today, Zhou Yi said coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a calm expression. Crawl out. He planned to destroy Duan Lingtian's dantian and break Duan Lingtian's 4 limbs before making Duan Lingtian crawl out of Lost Stone Forest and disappear before his eyes. He believed, as long as Duan Lingtian became a stray dog, the woman he loved would definitely ignore Duan Lingtian. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.